Hello. I don't actually know if this will work. Because maybe I... Oh, yeah, it works. Okay, thank you. Thank you. No, thanks. It's enough. Alright. Like I said in the description, I don't think I remember a single thing of what happened last time. I do think I remember the general idea of the case. Someone was murdered in a restaurant, but we don't know who did it. And there was a military dude with a child on his back. That's about all I remember. So this is gonna be great. Oh yeah, and we're an up-and-coming... Oh, that's gonna be too loud, I think. That's gonna be too loud, I think. Oh, well, guess it's fine. And he's our best friend. Excellent work, that was superb. Ugh. My heart was in my mouth the entire time. It was almost unbelievable. I mean, looking at you in there. You were drenched in sweat, your eyes popping, your knees knocking, and you were grinding your teeth. It was a grim sight, but before I knew it, you started finding inconsistencies in the testimonies. I think you might have a natural talent for being a lawyer. Forget it, it's terrifying. If I get through this, I don't ever want to see the inside of a courtroom again. Anyway, looks like we've exposed your phantom lady at last. Miss Jezil Brett. What? A student from Great Britain, is she? That's what I was trying to tell everyone from the start. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone. There was a young woman with him, like I've been saying all along. Let's actually look at the court record. Oops. Yes, you have, haven't you? Oh, I cannot... Oh, I can. Let's see. That's our friend. Okay, and that is his mentor. This is the opposing prosecutor, I could have known. The victim is John H. Wilson. This dude... Oh yeah, the butler. Well, not the butler, the server. In the restaurant. This is the dude with the child on his back. Do we not have my client in there? Or is he my... Who's my client? Oh yeah, there was something wrong here. Okay, I don't remember a single thing. Yeah, you wouldn't write in difficult characters unless you were from abroad and just started learning the language. Oh, yeah, that was the clue. Because he couldn't have eaten anything. Because he had procedure done, I think. I think that's what was happening last time. I might not be overly confident in the courtroom, but my powers of observation are one thing I'm sure of. Yes, I can see that. So about this young gentlewoman, thanks to our detective friend, she was hastily escorted away from the scene, it seems. Did you see what happened with that? No, I didn't see any of it. Oh, wait. Word. I'm my own client. I'm stupid. I was just on my way out of the restaurant myself. Then, on the floor next to Dr. Wilson's table, I noticed there was a gun lying on the floor. And just after I bent down and stupidly picked it up, bang! I didn't have any time to think about where the sound of the gunshot had come from. The waiter ran over to me, looking as white as a sheet, and he bundled me into some sort of small pantry next to the kitchen. Fast thinking by the detective, he apprehended his suspect without a moment's delay. Yes, and because I was shut in a pantry, I have no idea what happened outside in the dining area. Ah, there you are. Well done, both of you. The mentor? Yeah. Professor Mikutoba. Well, seems I was right. The pair of you make an outstanding team. You've exceeded my expectations, I have to say. Yes, it seems you planned this from the start. You arranged things so that I wouldn't be able to act as a lawyer in this trial. Our modern country is still in its infancy, our justice system even more so. Which is why I firmly believe that we need to send our brightest young stars overseas to learn all they can. I wanted to avoid a situation that may have resulted in your study tour to Great Britain being cancelled. Well, it makes no difference. Lawyer or otherwise, I'm the kind of man who can't help his best friend avert the worst crisis of his life. I shouldn't waste everyone's time by going to study overseas anyway. What? What are you saying? So that's your stance. I was afraid you'd feel that way. Well then, it looks like it all comes down to you, young man. Why are you looking at me? Jesus Christ. To me? Yes, you need to prove your innocence and uncover what really took place in that restaurant. I must say, I very much want to know the truth. After all, I have a personal connection to this case. Come to think of it, he said the same thing earlier this morning, didn't he? If you don't mind me asking, Professor, did you know the victim? Yes, I did. As you're probably aware, Dr. John H. Wilson was a visiting professor at UMA. And it was I who invited him. It was I, you see. Oh, I see. I didn't know that before. Anyway, you're about to go into battle. The victim was a university professor from Great Britain, and a well-known one at that. Naturally, our government is looking to identify and punish the culprit as quickly as possible. Stop looking at me, please. But let's not forget who we're going up against. The gentlewoman whose involvement our police bureau went to extraordinary lengths to hide. Yes, and I'm sure the prosecution will be using every tool at their disposal to quash your case. But I've no doubt that you pair will put up a good fight. Right to the last. Best of luck. I'll be going now. Thank you. Now then. I need you to run an errand at the university at once. There's something I think we may need. Of course. Good luck. Defendant Naruhodo. Court recess is over. Please make your way back inside the courtroom at once. It's time. Let's get back to it, partner. Howdy! Let's go in there and deal a decisive blow before those old fossils know what's hit them. Kazuma? What? Thank you. Really. Man, there's some strong wind inside the courtroom. What for? Well, if you hadn't said you believed me, then I'm fairly sure I'd already have been found guilty by now. Look, I've faith in you. As a lawyer and as a friend. Coming from you, that means a lot. If I'm found guilty in this trial, he's really going to give up on his dream of studying abroad. That's the kind of true friend he is. So this isn't just my battle anymore. Whoever we're up against, we absolutely cannot afford to lose. Alright then. I'll save the thank yous for after the trial. You can treat me to one of those sukiyaki meals I like from Yume Cafeteria on University Street. With an extra large portion, of course. Okay. I hate that I can't skip this. The court hereby resumes the trial of... Yep. Prosecutor Ouchi, have you managed to subpoena the witness? Yes, Your Excellency, against all odds. And thanks to a certain young stripling, the prosecution is now under rather painful scrutiny from the government. Ugh, sorry. Let the government scrutinize. That's their job. It's nothing to worry about. It's highly unlikely that the good relations we forged with Great Britain will emerge from this trial unscathed. We still think it's nothing to worry about when the new treaty breaks down and our nation founders? Again, terribly sorry. If friendship between our nations is really so fragile, then a treaty isn't worth the paper it's written on. You really have nothing to worry about. What do you mean? A secret trial, anxiety over some foreign government's opinions, a bungled investigation, missing witnesses. Is this what our nation's justice system is? Is this the Supreme Court of Japan or of England? Shut up. Shut up, you jumped up rookie boy. You and your friend know nothing. Nothing of the situation our nation finds itself in. By aligning ourselves with this great world power, we'll become strong. Diplomacy has never been more critical. Steady political maneuvering is what will secure our futures. I have no comment. I won't deny that I'm no expert, which is like a triple. I won't deny that I'm no expert. Okay, I'm just a student, and one who could arguably study harder too. But standing here now in the Supreme Court, there is one thing that I feel very strongly. A country that fails to uphold the truth in its justice system is a country with no future at all. Well said. Despite the wide-eyed look of terror. You little brats. Thank you, Council. This court is the pinnacle of our nation's justice system and exists solely for the pursuance of truth. With that in mind, this trial will now resume with the next witness taking the stand. The visiting student from Great Britain, Miss Giselle Brett. Yes. Your Excellency! I kind of miss the voice acting. Like, they didn't say a whole lot, but at least there were sounds that indicated their voices. And for Ouchie, it's obvious, because he has the same character model as the dude from Phoenix Wright, the trilogy. But it would be nice to have more voices, I guess. But what a delight it is to welcome such a fine gentlewoman to Japan, and from such a distant land. Tea! Someone bring the English tea! In England, no discussion takes place without tea. Is that true? No idea. So, could we possibly trouble you to state your name and occupation for the court? Of course, not you. My name is Satoru Hosonaga. I have been working undercover as the head waiter. Yes, we know all about you already. Well, I could have used that. Inspector Hosonaga, where are your manners? In England, it's always ladies first. Right, he was a spy. Is that true? No idea. More importantly, a little earlier today, you said something to me. You said your powers of observation are the one thing you're sure of. Oh, yes. I think I did, didn't I? How very observant of me. Yet, your description for this amazing sight was simply a woman? I mean, fair. Sorry, but powers of observation aside, your powers of description are sorely lacking. Guilty. Did someone say guilty? Case closed. So, dear lady, once again, if we may trouble you for your name and occupation, please. What the fuck? That looks like a Damien, Adriana, and the last thing kinda looks like Amelia. Or Amia Mia. She's speaking English, isn't she? And that's why they don't understand her. I'm terribly sorry, dear lady, but what? Humbo jumbo, humbo jumbo bumbo jumbo. Bladdy bladdy, bladdy blah 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 blah. The lady says her name is Giselle Brett. She comes from London, England. She's a visiting research student currently enrolled in the University's medical faculty. Oh my. What a rare treat to hear the dulcet tones of the delightful language of the British people. Trust me, you'll come to get tired of it real quick. I'm afraid I don't understand a word you said, but it was as beautiful as a hummingbird's song. As far as I can tell, the detective is translating her words faithfully enough. Yes, I agree. Haha, you'll obviously do fine in England, Kazuma. Her English doesn't rattle you at all, does it? Nor you. You've clearly been paying attention in your English classes. Then why couldn't I read it? The court thanks the beautiful lady for taking the stand. Now, if we may trouble you to confirm something, Miss Brett. 3 days ago, at a restaurant called Le Carnaval, a grim murder took place. The court has been led to believe that you were dining there with the victim, Dr. Wilson, at the time. Is that correct? She says, yes. This could take some time. So, even though she's studying here in Japan, she can't speak any Japanese? This is probably gonna say that she understands it, but she can't speak. Which, fair. She'd like to apologize for disappearing from the scene. She says that she was due to make a presentation at the university, so she had to leave immediately. Interesting. When you're the one who engineered her escape. Oh, I got a text message that scared the shit out of me. I was just following special orders from the Bureau. Well now, dear lady, would you be so kind as to cast your eyes over this photographic print? Seeing as you were so unfortunately present at the scene of the crime, could it be that your resplendent eyes caught sight of the wicked perpetrator, perhaps? And he's gonna say it's me. Apparently, it was a very frightening and sorrowful sight. Do you mean to say? Yes, it would appear the lady did witness the crime. The very moment when the accused, standing right there in this courtroom, shot the victim in cold blood. Order in court. Did you hear that, Your Excellency? Here we have an absolutely conclusive witness statement. Well, it looks like it's clear now. Clear who our real enemy is. Unfortunately, I will have to ask you to formally testify, if you please. Kindly tell the court the exact nature of this frightening and sorrowful sight you described. It's gonna be all gibberish. I wonder if there's an actual way to read those words. Because some of it does kind of look like actual words, but I mean, written by a doctor. I had arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon. I don't know how to say that. Luncheon? with Dr. Wilson that day. I usually just say lunch. The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beefsteak. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor, and they got into a fierce argument. Then, not long afterwards, Okay. I was just reading, but okay. The accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit. I mean, you could have grabbed his gun. This is a... No, I didn't have any kind of argument with the professor at all. Quiet, you filthy wretch. Look at you, you black-hearted blackguard, and look at this snow-whited angel. I'm sure even a dark-minded scoundrel like you can imagine whose words the court is going to believe. Ugh. You're still making the same mistakes. You mustn't blurt out when you're goaded like that. That's the lesson you need to learn. Ugh. But he's so annoying. Of course, I was at the scene as well. I took statements from this lady and the two witnesses who testified before and reported it back to the bureau. It was decided that Miss Brett was not involved, so I let her go. The testimonies of the last two witnesses were completely worthless, however. Well, even so. On the day in question, the lady was wearing the same outfit she is today. As you can see, there is nowhere about her person where she... What the fuck are you talking about? Nowhere where she could conceal a firearm. I see at least 3 spots. Under her hat, inside her hair, and inside the giant butt part. The fuck are you on? Right? I would think she could hide a gun almost anywhere in that outfit if she wanted to. Unless and until the precise location where the witness is to have hidden a weapon can be shown, this is moot. Moot. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. Those are the witness's own words on the matter. That's ridiculous. If only I was allowed to lift up her... Okay, I could prove it. Don't think about doing anything rash. But I didn't fire the gun, I picked it up. There must have been another gun there that day. You're right about that, which means this lady was hiding a gun somewhere. Yes, that's what we have to prove now. And to do so, we will need to pull her testimony apart. Not her dress, her testimony. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. Oh, yes, Your Excellency. I don't think there were any penalties for pressing, right? Maybe there is. Well. Yes! Yes! After 2 p.m., in fact. That's really quite a late lunch, isn't it? You don't keep up with the latest fashions from Britain, do you? Late lunch are en vogue. Isn't that right? No. Now that I can read. That's a clear no. Ugh. A decisive English no has quite a sting to it. The gentlewoman is currently working in the victim's research laboratory, it seems. So it was apparently a daily occurrence that they would lunch together. But on the day in question, the victim had another appointment at the clinic first. Yes, which we can prove from the medical report card that was submitted as evidence earlier. That's right. Miss Brett and the victim went to lunch following the victim's treatment, which is why it was so late. Yes, that all makes perfect sense. Such wonderful logic. What a shining example of English intelligence this fine gentlewoman is. You both arrived at the restaurant. What happened next? The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beef steak.
Yes!
He was unable to eat, you say? Yes, because of the anesthesia. And that was because he just had a tooth removed at Hada Clinic, correct? Is Hada Clinic gonna turn into Hottie Clinic in the trilogy? That's right. You're supposed to actually check with the witness before answering. Was Miss Brett aware of the facts? It seems so, yes. She'd heard that the professor was to have some dental treatment. So that would mean that it was you who ate the steak pictured here. Is that right, Miss Brett? That's right, yes. The print you have there shows the table exactly as it was left after the horrifying events. Exactly as it was left? Dear me, what a harrowing experience! To have traveled to a distant island on the far side of the world and be embroiled in such a tragic incident. Have no fear, my dear lady. I swear I will crush the evil fiend that has subjected you to this terrible plight. Which probably is her, so I'm not sure how he's gonna do that. So the victim, Dr. Wilson, had nothing to eat or drink at all. That's right. Other than some carbonated water. Just water? Yes, the professor was unable to eat, but he had been given permission to drink water. That's not right. Oh, anything but water. Okay, that is right. So it appears that the diners toasted their lunch with a glass of water each. They each, what a word. They each raised a glass of carbonated water. Yet there is wine on the table. Right? Or is that water? I don't know. The glass is gone, though. What do you think about the witness's last statement? Oh, no. Oh, yeah, I guess it's meaningful. The last statement of yours, Miss Brett, has a profound bearing on this case. Well, how fascinating. Do tell us, what is this profound bearing, The significance of this statement will become apparent when the time is right. The defense calls for the witness's last statement to be formally added to the testimony. Well sidestepped, counsel. Very well, Miss Brett. Kindly repeat what you just said to be added to your official testimony. Gladly, she said. That was brilliant. I'm going to remember that one. Which one? The significance will become apparent when the time is right? I could really use that phrase. I'd hope there are some more useful tips you're picking up from this experience than that.
Yes!
So, both you and the professor drank this carbonated water, did you? Yes. Being the waiter, I poured the 2 glasses myself. I clearly remember doing so. Except you're actually a detective. And the beefsteak, that was for you, Miss Brett? The lady says she'd heard it was not customary to eat beef here until Japan opened its doors to the world. Yes, that's true. What a frightful place, is the lady's opinion. And I've heard that it's not customary to eat sashimi in Great Britain. Now that's frightful. Every country has its own cuisine. As long as people have food to eat, what does it matter what it is? True, come to think of it. The first time I tried carbonated water, it was much more of a shock than the first time I tried beef. But anyway, back to this witness's testimony, or statement. Somehow, I feel like there's something out of place in what she's saying. Yes, that there's only 1 glass of water, or 1 glass, and they're saying there's 2. We need to pounce on even the slightest thing now, because you never know what might lead us to our goal. Our goal of turning this trial around. Understood, Kazuma. After a while, the accused came back to greet the professor, and they got into a fierce argument. Yes! Yes! I never got into an argument with the professor. All I did when I noticed him was go over to say hello. Please, don't get angry with me. No, I wasn't directing that retort at you. It was meant for the lady next to you, which makes it better. Somehow? How? But anyway, as I said, I did not argue with the professor. I'm afraid your words are in vain. Sorry? Miss Brett does not appear to speak Japanese. No, of course not. Japanese is such a cumbersome language anyway. English is the future. We must all supiku Ingurishu. I wonder if the prosecution will feel that way forever, or only in the presence of a beautiful woman, huh? Well, that beautiful woman is telling blatant lies with a completely straight face. I have to find something that will unravel her testimony, no matter how seemingly insignificant it may be. Anyway, it seems that after the argument, the accused briefly returned to his own seat. That part ties in with what you said, doesn't it? Yes, I still had some coffee to drink. And the next time you got up after that was when I finished my coffee and stood up to leave. Then, not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. Yes, that's what happened. Like I said, I did not shoot that gun. And like I said, there is no point repeating that assertion over and over. Well, I wasn't expecting to be attacked by my own side. Nevertheless, defendant, you can't deny that when the shot rang out into the restaurant, you had a gun in your hand. Well, yes, that's true, but all I did was pick up the gun I saw on the floor next to the professor as I was leaving the restaurant. In fact, yes, there was someone much closer to the victim. That will do, you dirty... Can I read that, actually? There was someone much closer to the victim than me at the time. The highly suspicious lady in the stand. That will do, you dirty, rotten scoundrel. Dirty? Your baseless accusations could very well cause an international incident, boy. It seems to me that your accusation is just as baseless as ours. What nonsense. The lady is merely stating what she saw. And this is already an international incident as far as I'm concerned anyway. I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit.
Yes!
Yes, that's correct. It's all very well saying that, but can you prove it? The burden of proof lies on the defense here, because they need to prove something is possible. It's not her job to prove that it isn't possible, I think. Absolutely, I verified it personally. You verified it? Yes, immediately after the incident, I checked to make sure the lady was not carrying a weapon. I distinctly remember her saying, "I'm not." That's all you did? That's actually what he said. You just asked her? Surely you carried out a physical search, Inspector? No. Why on earth not? The Honorable English gentlewoman clearly stated that she did not possess a weapon. And I said that I didn't kill her, yet here we are. There was obviously no need for any further probing into the matter. Or there was no permission given for any further probing into the matter, perhaps? Think what you will, but if you're going to continue with this preposterous claim that the refined lady was concealing a firearm, the prosecution demands that you support your assertion with facts. In other words, he wants evidence. Ugh. The lady wishes to point out that of course she wanted to stay and assist with the investigation, but she was in a hurry to give a oh my god. I'm sorry. But she was in a hurry to give a presentation at the university, so she was compelled to leave. Not to mention the fact that your office had told you to get the woman out of there. Not get her out of there. I just urged her to leave by saying, "Get out of here!" The lady would like to point out that she in no way meant to run away from the scene of the crime, which is why she is only too happy to cooperate and testify here in court today, of course. Unlike a certain student who refuses to admit when the game is up. Hey, wait a second. You could at least have the courtesy to pay attention when I'm goading you. Well, at least you learned. So she's maintaining that you got into an argument with the professor, at the end of which you shot him. Which is out and out, totally unfounded lie. Still, her statement is very compelling. After all, she's an elegant, refined, young, and beautiful gentlewoman from Great Britain. I don't know why I keep pasting a "the" before Great Britain. In stark contrast to you, dressed from head to toe in a dull black school uniform. I'm dressed exactly the same way as you are, except for the flapping red ribbons. Seriously, how do you keep doing that? Well, anyway, this is our only chance to expose her testimony as the fiction that it is. Because sometimes, truth is weirder than fiction. Stranger. Damn it. If we can't do that, the trial is over. Even you with your thick skin must be able to feel the murderous looks you're getting from around the room. Only too well. I feel half dead already. And the fact that I can't see a single consistency in your testimony isn't making me feel any better either. You haven't seen it, 'cause I have. The first thing to do is press her on any of her statements that seem even slightly off to you. All of them do. Do that, and an opening will present itself. I promise you. I need to expose the true face of this exotic foreigner that is hiding behind the mask. That is what I should be aiming for in this cross-examination. How do I present this?
Yes!
That's it. Let me just confirm something, please. It's to do with this photographic print. Just a short while ago, you spoke of this print showing the victim's table at the crime scene. That it was exactly as it was left. Well, you see, he was drinking out of the flower pot. He's quirky like that. It's an English custom. That's the word. That is correct, the lady says. Well, it's odd. Very odd. Dear me. What's odd is the defense's inability to express itself. Well, you know, I'm having difficulty with words. What is it about the print that looks odd to you? Well, obviously, it's the cheers. The cheers? Miss Brett just told me that she and the professor said cheers over a glass of water. But if that's true, there should be 2 glasses on the table, not 1. You're quite right, Counsel. There's only 1 glass pictured here. Are we supposed to be impressed by this nitpicking over a minuity? What possible difference does the presence or absence of a glass make on the case? Shows that she's lying. Minuity, you say? Could it be that the detective here removed a glass from the table to conceal the lady's presence? Of course not. I would never do something so reckless. But there should have been 2 glasses on the table. Or are you going to try to tell me you can clink with only 1? You're quite right. I certainly took 2 glasses to the table. However, 1 shattered. Inspector, what did the lady say? It would seem that it was Miss Brett who took the glass from the table. What? Well, that's also wrong. Because as you can see, the steak is on this side and the glass is on this side. And the glass is usually to the right of your plate. Like upper right. So this has got to be her glass. Also since, you know, it's on her side of the table. So it's just objectively wrong. It was also terrifying, everything that happened. I panicked and thought I should try to hide the fact that I'd been there at all, she's saying. Good gracious. Sorry. Oh, I like this spin on the song. There. As I assured the court before, I like her tail, by the way. It's kind of cute. There. As I assured the court before, this is of no consequence at all. Oh, please. We must remember that this student had just murdered this lady's lunch companion before her very eyes. Who could blame her for concealing a glass or 2 in her state of disarray? That's absurd. Oh, really? So do we take it that you are now going to accuse this vulnerable, young, and beautiful woman of mischief? What? No, no, no. This can't be put down to mischief. I'd like to know exactly how the lady took the glass from the scene. It would seem that she'd slipped it into a small handbag she was carrying. A handbag in which she could also have been carrying a gun. A handbag, you say? Yes, Your Excellency, a small handheld pouch commonly carried by well-to-do women in England. So, the beautiful lady has very graciously explained how and why she removed the glass from the scene now. I wonder what it says on his, windmaker. I don't know the word. On his fan, that's the word. I do know the word. I'm just stupid. Because I can't read Japanese. Let's check. Chronicles, fan. Oh, he wielded a fan in court, which was decorated with the kanji for guilty. Oh, so here it says guilty, and then in a later trial it says something else. That's kind of cool. Okay. However, the fact remains that this glass has absolutely no bearing on the case. This student has been trying to confuse the court with logical reasoning. Isn't that exactly what we need in a court? Like, logic? But in the end, it comes to nothing. No more pretentious accusations. You have wasted enough time already. Indeed, the lady has offered a satisfactory explanation as to why she removed his glass. Or this glass, not his glass. My bad. I think henceforth we can consider the matter to have no bearing on the case. Counsel for the defense, are you in agreement? Absolutely not. I don't know, really. Absolutely not. If you wanna... What is that? If you want to pursue this matter further, you're going to need to show that it has some deeper significance. Yes, you're right. So she took the glass away in her handbag. If there's a deeper significance there... It's... Wait, the lady put the glass in her handbag, you say? Yes, do try to keep up. It's already been explained to the court that all English gentlewomen carry handbags for small items, such as guns. Let me see. A little while ago, Miss Brett stated the following. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. But what she forgot to mention was her handbag. That's still funny. In which it would be perfectly possible to conceal a gun. Perfectly possible. Ha. You're right. Well done, partner. I had a feeling you'd pick up on that too. I can't do a hilly-billy accent. I can only say partner. What are you insinuating, you vile blackguard? It's really very simple. The gunshot was heard when the defendant picked up the gun from the restaurant floor. As he didn't fire that gun, we can deduce there must have been another firearm at the scene. The true murder weapon, if you will. You can't be seriously suggesting... Inspector Hosonaga. Yes? Did you or did you not search Miss Giselle Brett's handbag on the day of the murder? No, sir, I did not. As I thought. In other words, another gun, the one that was actually used to kill the professor, could have been hidden in Miss Brett's handbag. No! Order, order, order. What's the meaning of this, Inspector? The meaning of what, Prosecutor Ouchie? Why on earth did you not have the lady open her handbag and show you the contents at the time? Thanks to your bungling incompetence, now she has to endure these uncomfortable accusations. Brilliant work, partner. Now we have a chance to expose the real woman behind the mask. Do you think so? Is he gonna die? Yep, there we go. Well, what a sorry situation. Clearly, you have no faith in the police. As I said, I did not search the lady's handbag after the shooting, simply because it was unnecessary. Unnecessary in what way? I ought to thank the student lawyer, really. I have a piece of evidence here that I had completely forgotten about. It's an outdated autopsy report. This photographic print. Oh, it's see-through. Huh. He has a tattoo of a bull on his wrist. This print is of a photograph that I thought would be prudent to take immediately after the shooting. As you can see, it clearly shows Miss Brett's handbag. Well, I never. You can see right through what's inside. That's right. Apparently, meshwork bags like these are the height of fashion in London at the moment. So the contents are clearly visible. Exactly. So there was no need to search the lady's handbag. If there had been a gun inside, it would have been immediately obvious. As you can see, there's nothing to imply Miss Brett's guilt here. Thank you for helping prove that. Dead. Order, order. Inspector Hosonaga, will you submit that print as evidence at once? Certainly, Your Excellency. The photograph of the handbag has been entered into the court record. I think you've had long enough to cross-examine the witness, counsel. Oh. The court has now been shown considerable evidence. Beanish Meanish. Hello. As the photographic print just submitted into the court record appears to have no further significance, I'm satisfied that there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Indeed, there is only one logical conclusion. That the pathetic rookie slumped over the bench before us is the only possible perpetrator of this crime. No. Just when I thought that I was beginning to turn things around. I'm in a worse situation than I was at the start. I'm sorry. Now that the cross-examination of the witness is over, there's no way to force this trial to continue. What? You mean this is it? I must say, you put up quite the fight for a rookie student, but the weak are meat, while the strong eat. You are wasting your time. There is no way to defeat true justice. A fact you can chew on to your heart's content from the inside of your cell. This can't be happening. Do I not technically have, more time to cross-examine now that there's new evidence come to light about the thing? Jesus. Am I really going to be found guilty of a crime that I didn't commit? And Kazuma. His dreams of going to study in Great Britain will slip through his fingers. What? Is there really no chance now of turning this trial around? You heard the judge. There's nothing about the last photograph the detective produced that we can contest. Except there is. There's this. I think. Yeah, I think that. Right? I genuinely don't know anymore. Which means there is no basis on which we can argue for the trial to continue. Very well. I will now proceed immediately to the ruling. It seems we will be able to report to the British government on time after all. That smug little... Having considered all of the evidence placed before me...
Yes!
Yes! Finally! He did it! He slammed the bench! Wait, Your Excellency. I don't think you can rule on this case just yet. Oh! There is voice stuff. This amateurishness is getting tedious. When His Excellency deems that a trial is over, he gives his ruling. That is the most basic protocol of the courtroom. Yes, I agree with that. Your Excellency, just a moment ago you said this. As the photographic print just submitted appears to have no further significance, there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. However, now, that means if there was a problem with the evidence, some significant detail, I mean, then ruling on the case at this time would be out of the question. This blatant straw clutching. Look at this photographic print. All it shows is the handbag the government, the gentlewoman was carrying on the day in question. There can be no problem with this evidence. You better know what you're doing. I understand your objection, counsel. Certainly, new evidence will be submitted. This is interesting. Hi, Tunke? I hope I pronounced that right. Certainly, the new evidence submitted by the detective has not undergone the court's scrutiny. However, I fail to see how we can glean any new information from this handbag. My thoughts exactly. Really, the prosecution is becoming tired of this rookie's desperate wheezes. Yes, I'm desperate, but this isn't a wheeze. There's something about this photograph which just doesn't seem right. If only I could put my finger on it. Like on his wrist to check for a heartbeat or anything. Very well. I will grant the defense one final opportunity. What? But be warned. Oh my god. There's something wrong about this model. and I'm not sure what it is. Maybe the hands are too big? Okay. But be warned that if I'm unsatisfied by your response here, the trial will be over with immediate effect. Do I make myself clear? Yep. So, take another look at this photographic print Inspector Hosonaga submitted before. You will identify for the court where in this print we see the significant detail to which you have alluded. Well, I would think it's this. I'm just gonna present that. Look at this, here. There's a very unusual mark on the victim's wrist. That is true. It looks almost like a burn of some description.
Attention!
Dear me, I was pondering what new piffle you would come out with. A burn, you say, on the victim's wrist. Clearly, that has nothing whatsoever to do with the magnificent lady's handbag. Yes, that is a burn mark, you're right. Go on, Inspector. The police coroner also noticed it when he was performing the post-mortem examination. It was deemed unrelated to the cause of death, so he didn't note it in his report. What did I tell you? In any case, we have no idea when the victim suffered this burn, do we? And no possible way of knowing either. Isn't that just a tattoo? Like, it's shaped like a cow or a buffalo or something. The more I look at it, the more I find myself intrigued by the curious shape of this mark. Or is it the... Maybe it's the dude who keeps wiping his mouth, like the blood that's running from his mouth. And he took the picture of himself or something to act like that was the bag. However, as Prosecutor Ouchie points out, unless a firm connection to the case can be shown, I cannot allow any further time to be spent on the precise details of this burn. Excuse me, Your Excellency. It would seem that Miss Brett has a lunch appointment with the Dean and other university staff, who she's also planning to kill. She would like to know if she may be excused from the stand now. Oh, of course, dear lady. We shan't hold you up any longer. I'm quite sure His Excellency is about to give his final ruling anyway. What's your thinking on this? Do you believe this burn does have something to do with the case? Well, probably it does, because otherwise it wouldn't be in the game. I don't have a single clue what the relation is, though. To be honest, I'm not really sure. But if I don't keep pushing, then it's all over. Yeah, that's basically what I said. So I was thinking we should keep digging and digging in the hope that I might uncover something useful. Yes, you're right. I am? If we can just link that burn to the case, if we can do that, we might be able to prise this shutting door back open again. Just give up, Counsel. You can't possibly hope to do that. Indeed, I'm afraid that without evidence, I can't allow you to pursue what is little more than conjecture. But if we had evidence that irrefutably linked the burn on the victim's wrist to the case, then would you allow it? Let me check the evidence. No, it wouldn't be in there. I don't have any proof, though. That's the problem. I would, yes. To tell the truth, I hadn't noticed that burn. But as soon as you pointed it out, what I did notice was the color draining from Miss Brett's face. Really? I have to find some link between that burn and the case. This is the moment of truth. It's time to find some evidence that proves what that burn really means. It's not on here, isn't it? I don't think it is. Not on there either. So then, the defense will now present its evidence to the court. I don't know. This is how I can examine it, right? Burial. There's nothing on there. Is there? Oh, I feel so stupid. Because I don't know. Oh! He did eat it? Huh. It only shows on this one, so I'm gonna present that one. What's this, Counsel? Yet another print? Yes, Your Excellency. I believe photographic prints are an amazing invention. When we humans look at a scene, we miss things. But in a photograph, things we may have overlooked at the time are recorded forevermore. Do hurry up, Rookie. What are you trying to say? To inconvenience this poor lady any further really would be quite inexcusable. Actually, we may need you to stay with us a little longer, if you don't mind, Miss Brett. You see, it's very clearly visible in this other photograph. Photograph? How did the victim come to have that unusually shaped burn on his wrist? The reason is recorded here forevermore. What?
Objection!
You can't fool me with your little bluffs, boy. If that's your game, then let's see how it plays out. Show the court exactly what you mean. What is it in this photograph that explains the reason for the victim's burn?
Yes!
Yes! The beefsteak? Actually, the point is the metal plate of the steak was served on. The plate? Ah. Your Excellency, are you alright? As you can see, there's an emblem on the plate. I would guess it's some sort of trademark of Le Carnaval. This emblem on the plate. And the victim's burn are the exact same shape. You genius! You're spot on. Which means the victim must have suffered this burn while he was present at the restaurant.
Objection!
But even if that's the case, we can't know if it happened on the day in question or not. It could have been the day before or the day before that. It most likely happened at some other unrelated time. Well,
Objection!
Thank you, Kazuma. Sadly, Prosecutor Ouchie, the chances of that are extremely slim. Thanks. Why? The outline of the burn is clearly discernible. Such a serious injury would have caused quite a commotion in the restaurant. Wouldn't you agree, Inspector Hosonaga? I can't imagine having missed such a terrible disaster, certainly. But... I would say, looking at the picture of the wound, that it wasn't suffered very long ago. And although it's not a particularly large burn, it's extremely well defined, as the defense just pointed out. This was no mild burn, that's for sure. Can you be more specific, Inspector? Well, let's see. If the plate was at around 90 degrees centigrade, a burn like that would have taken around 3 seconds. It's inconceivable that the victim wouldn't have let out a scream of pain then. I've been investigating at the restaurant for several weeks already, but I've not heard anyone scream at all. As the head waiter of Le Carnaval, I can testify to that without hesitation. But you're a detective, not a waiter.
Yes!
There you have it. Something isn't right here. As the detective said, anyone who burnt themselves on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds would scream in pain. There's no question of that. And yet Inspector Hosonaga never heard the professor scream, not on that day or any before it. That's right, and the strange thing is, on the day he was shot, I didn't hear him cry out either. And this is probably because of the anesthesia, or he burned himself after he was killed. Either one of the two, probably. What are you suggesting? Well, if the professor had carelessly laid his wrist on the plate for anything like 3 seconds that day, that would be beyond careless, I think, counsel. Then the rest of us in the restaurant, myself, the sergeant, and the old antiques dealer, all of us would, without question, have heard him scream. Wouldn't you agree, Prosecutor Ouchie? He would have screamed out, "Ouchie!" Well, yes, I suppose. So the question is, why didn't a single person hear Dr. Wilson scream? I almost don't believe it. Do you think... Can it really be true? I never dreamt we'd arrive at a conclusion like this, but I'm starting to think that maybe we've been led into a terrible trap. There's only one explanation I can think of to make sense of this apparent impossibility. On the day in question, when he suffered the burn to his wrist, Dr. Wilson hadn't noticed the burn, was asleep, or was already deceased. I would say he was already deceased. No man could remain silent while his wrist was burdened. The music didn't stop, so it's probably wrong. On a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds. That's clearly oh, wait. He didn't say anything back to us, I think. So he might actually have been asleep. Yes, it's only possible if the man was already dead. Oh, the music did stop, so guess I was right. Already dead? Knowing what we know now, it's the only possible explanation. When the beefsteak was brought to Dr. Wilson's table that day, the professor was already dead. That's madness. No. This is Sparta! Order, please. Council, explain this absurd notion at once. The victim was killed by a gunshot. That's right. That's absolutely right, Your Excellency. This just is another ridiculous ploy by the rookie student. But clearly, he has no grasp of the facts. Because of the time on the autopsy report? No, Prosecutor Ouchie. It's you who has no grasp of the facts. I beg your pardon? As soon as it became apparent that the victim had suffered that burn while at the restaurant, this whole case was turned upside down, or have you not grasped that yet? Your Excellency, the court must hear from this witness again. If it's true, as we now believe, that the victim was already dead before the gunshot was heard, it's highly likely that Miss Brett knows something about it. Incredible. I certainly didn't anticipate this twist of events. I'm sorry to say, Miss Brett, that you will have to forget your lunch engagement. But, Your Excellency, the justice system in our country may be in its infancy, but rest assured, all reasonable doubt must be dispelled before I'm prepared to pass judgment. Thank you, Your Excellency. What was that smile? Yes, of course. I mean, I'd be delighted to help. Especially if it helps relations between my country and yours. They're all shocked that she just speaks Japanese. Ah, Miss Brett, you speak Japanese. Well, of course I do. I'm studying in your country after all. But then, why have you been speaking through an interpreter until now? My mother tongue, the Queen's English, is the most refined and elegant language in the world. As a gentlewoman, I try to avoid speaking in your vulgar tones as much as possible. Now, that's just racist. But it seems the men in this land possess none of the chivalrous virtues of English gentlemen. So I can see that I shall have to lower myself to communicating with you all on your own level. Oh, well, you are the epitome of a true English gentlewoman. We are truly honored by this lavish consideration you so graciously afford us. I see. In that case, Miss Brett, I will now ask you to testify in your own words about the events leading up to the death of the victim, Dr. Wilson. So we're finally going to hear her own words on the matter? Things are getting interesting. Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burned his wrist like that. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. As far as I've heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible cause of death besides the gunshot. If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please, do show me. But of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway. That most captivating and beautiful testimony will go down the Supreme Court's history. Thank you. Easy does it. Well, I hope that's the last time I will have to sully my lips with the coarse tones of your unbecoming tongue. Oh, forgive me. I do hope I haven't insulted anyone. Bleh. Not at all, not at all. It's a delight merely to hear you speak, dear lady. And it seems very clearly from your testimony that this boorish talk of the victim's burn is utterly irrelevant. I will be speaking to your country's Minister of Justice about what happened here today. The Minister of Justice? We have no such person. May that irritating little bully of a student be given the harshest punishment possible. Amen. Thanks? Was that a prayer then? Well, you'll have to forgive the irritation, Miss Brett, and put up with the cross-examination now. I expect you've noticed that this little bully of a student, as you put it, doesn't miss much. I'm sure I don't need to remind you, counsel, that this will be your final cross-examination in this trial. If you fail to demonstrate any problems with this witness's testimony, I will be ruling on the case immediately. Is that clear? Am I not allowed to press, or... No, I am allowed to press. Yes, Your Excellency. Then, you may proceed with the cross-examination. Alright, I will be right back to do this cross-examination. Alright, I'm back. Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burned his wrist like that.
Yes!
But his hand was on the searing hot plate for at least 3 whole seconds. You can't not have noticed. Do you think so? Let me ask you something. Sorry? Ever since I arrived at this courtroom, and even still now, I fly on those unsightly black trousers of yours. The fly on those unsightly black trousers of yours has been wide open. You can't have not noticed, can you? Huh? What? Ah! What fun! You hadn't realized. The dear lady is absolutely right. As your friend, you've embarrassed me as well as yourself. Why didn't you tell me? Dr. Wilson was a true English gentleman. He chose honorable silence over a vulgar scream. Can your tiny brains imagine such a thing? Oh yes, I think my tiny brain can. Yes, mine can as well. Well, I can't. Anyway, when the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. Then wouldn't you have seen the burn mark?
Yes!
And you testified before you were drinking carbonated water, is that right? Dr. Wilson was only permitted to drink water at that time, if you remember. Which explains why he ordered that drink. Correct, waiter? Exactly as you say, sir. Although, whether or not the professor actually drank any of the water whether or not the professor actually drank any of the water when I delivered the steak to the table, I'm afraid I don't remember that. Damn you. I have enough English to understand that at least. For the benefit of others in the court, it means bless you. I think it means the exact opposite. Anyway, as far as I've heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible cause of death besides the gunshot.
Yes!
Yes, it's written here in the paperwork, fatal hemorrhage from ballistic trauma. Yes. Luckily for all of us, a little burn on the wrist isn't going to kill us. And as there were no other signs of trauma on the victim's body to indicate some other cause of death, it can only have been the bullet from your gun that put an end to this innocent man's life. But it doesn't make sense. The burn must have happened straight away, when the plate was first brought to the table by the waiter. Yes, that's true. If it had cooled even slightly, it wouldn't have been able to make a burn like that. And if the victim burned his wrist on the hot plate as soon as it was brought out from the kitchen, then he must already have been dead at that point. And yet, the fact that the victim was killed by a gunshot to the chest... Wait, what? And yet, the fact is that the victim was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Until you're able to show the court evidence to disprove that, this is a complete waste of time. I concur. Prosecutor Archie is right. Arg. If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please, do show me. I'd like to put it in What was I gonna say? I'd like to practice with my next lunch date.
Yes!
without leaving a trace. If someone is shot, or strangled, or stabbed, or thrown from a height, however a person's life is taken, there's always a telltale traces on the body. Unless the water wasn't water. Quite right, dear lady. As our police force has thoroughly examined the body of the deceased, there can be no doubt. Isn't that right, Inspector Hosonaga? As I've said, I always aim for a flawless investigation. There would be physical traces with all those causes of death, that's true. But maybe there's some other way of killing someone that doesn't leave a mark. If, heaven forbid, you doubt me, young man, you're going to have to tell everyone how exactly you think the professor did lose his life. Otherwise, I'm afraid your argument falls rather flat, doesn't it? Oh no, perish the thought, calling such a sweet young lady's innocence into question. On my honor, I, Takatsuchi, take such an ouchie? I don't know what the first part is supposed to be, but I know the second part is ouchie. Will cut down any who dare cast such aspersions. Asparagus. A way of killing someone that leaves no trace. We need some evidence to back us up here. Yes, evidence. But would it kill him, is my question. I highly doubt it. Yes, evidence. But of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway. Inferior? What do you mean by that? In the lands of the Great British Empire, the police store everything found at a crime scene for later examination. But in this country, you investigate once, and that's the end of it. Isn't that so? Right. La Carnival is open for business as usual today, just days after the incident.
Wait.
That also scared the shit out of me because I wasn't paying attention. Exactly, which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction, vital evidence may be lost. It doesn't even occur to your naive detectives to try to preserve the crime scene. I'm trying to be as tactful about this as I can, you understand? Haha, a killer blow, just like, you did to the victim. The lady is as formidable as she is beautiful. Amazing. He's actually admitting our police may be flawed. Perhaps Prosecutor Ouchie is finally starting to see sense. I very much doubt that. Still, there's something about what Miss Brett just said. There was a moment before when something didn't seem quite right. Is the waiter dude okay? Blah, 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 I know. Please. Please! There is one thing I noticed, something that's been bothering me. You mean about Miss Brett? Actually, no. About the person standing next to her. Inspector Hosonaga. The detective? Yes. He seemed to react a little strangely to Miss Brett's last statement. I was wondering if this might be significant. If I might present an opening, maybe. Alright, I have an idea. Try pressing her on that last statement one more time. If you think so, but this time, instead of targeting the woman herself, let's see what we can get out of the detective. Alright then. I wonder what Kazuma's thinking. I'll find out soon enough, I suppose, once I press Miss Brett on her last statement again.
Yes!
Inferior? What do you mean by that? Blah blah. Blah blah.
Wait.
Yes, there it is again. The detective's reaction is just the same as before. Why? Up until... Shh. Up until now, the detective has been in the stand with Miss Brett as her interpreter. But things are very different now. For this testimony, the detective is just listening to what the Englishwoman has to say. This could be a golden opportunity. What do you mean? When people are actually testifying, they're usually very careful not to let anything slip. However, when they're listening to someone else speak, you find they often let their guard down. You're right. Look at him. He's lost in his own thoughts. Stab him. It's time to pursue the man and his train of thought. Sorry? Pursue? Yes, pursue. He's single, you're single, you know. I'll explain how to do it now. It's all to do with the witness marker. What marker? At the moment, we're focused on Miss Brett, who is the person actually making the current statement. I get the point, but by moving the marker left and right with the buttons, you can turn your attention to the other people in the stand. While you're looking at the other witnesses, you'll be able to pursue them with the other button. If you catch the person at just the right time, you might uncover some new information to pursue. If you ever notice a strange atmosphere amongst the people on the stand, take a good look around. Open your eyes and see. I'm just a poor boy. I need no sympathy. Alright then, so first, I should move the marker across with the buttons and focus on the detective. Then pursue him with the other button and see what's on his mind. Here we go. Exactly, which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction, vital evidence may be lost. Excuse me. Excuse me, sir. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to shock you. He really was lost in his thoughts, deeply. It looked like you were thinking something just now, Inspector. Perhaps having heard what the lady next to you had to say? If there's something you'd like to say, please share it with the court.
Objection!
What's the meaning of this? It's the delightful Englishwoman who's testifying at the moment. If you can't find fault with her testimony, then the cross-examination should be over immediately. Oh, is that how it works? No, it isn't. Absolutely not. The detective is on the stand, which makes him a valid witness. Damn it, I lost my bench slap again. Yes, not to mention the fact that he's intimately involved in the case. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes? Do you have something to add in relation to the statement just made by Miss Brett? Well, yes, if you don't mind, I would like to speak. Then speak, please. The lady is right. Our country's police practices are not as modern as those used in Great Britain, which is why I always strive to make every investigation I'm involved in flawless. What do you really mean by that? I'll tell you what I mean. I won't have evidence lacking on my watch. I'm not afraid to take everything I can from the scene of the crime. It's preserving evidence, you see. Is he wearing gloves or are those his hands? They're his hands, right? I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief. I'm not ashamed of what I've done. Oh, and that's why he's coughing. Because he took the glass. Or the steak. Or both. Who knows at this point? I'm grasping at straws. A crime scene thief? Well, it looks like the lady's remarks touched a nerve there. Take this, for example. This is the bottle of carbonated water that I took to the victim's table on the day in question. And yes, it's lost all of its fizz, having been opened 3 days ago now. But it was carbonated water. I don't care what anyone says. Yes, there's some left in the bottle, I can see it. One day, our police force will be among the best in the world. Time is coming, I guarantee it. I can't say I condone the witness's actions, but I do understand the sentiment. The court will accept the glass bottle of water as evidence. Carbonated water bottle has been entered into the court record. Miss Brett, can you confirm this is indeed the bottle from which you drank on the day of the victim's death? Yes, it was that bottle. What was that about? She seemed to avert her eyes when she answered the judge's questions. Very well. Counsel, you may resume the cross-examination. And the inspector will kindly control his fervor. I don't know what that word means, but I take it has to do with his coughing. Unfortunately, I have no idea when a poor man burned his wrist like that. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. As far as I've heard, the postmortem report showed no other possible causes of death beside a gunshot. If there's some other way the man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please, do show me. Don't worry, I will. I keep pressing the wrong button. What is this? The bottle of water? Actually, there's one method of killing a man without leaving a trace that comes to mind. Obviously, I'm referring to poison. Poison? On the day of his death, we know that Dr. Wilson drank from this bottle of carbonated water. Could it be that there was poison inside? Could it be that the professor actually died after taking a sip from his glass? Order, order, order. And on that day, who was sitting at the same table as the professor and able to slip the poison into his drink? There's only one person who could possibly have done it. Giselle Bread, it was you.
Objection!
This is outrageous to suggest such a thing without a scrap of evidence. You little rookie imbecile, have you even considered the delicate situation our country finds itself in now? Have you forgotten that we've only just signed an accord of friendship with the British Empire? Have you even the vaguest inkling that your rash accusations could jeopardize the entire treaty.
Attention!
Oh, I'm losing my voice. This is not a political arena. This is a trial to determine one's individual's guilt with respect to one crime. Well, the fact that this woman is British makes no difference. We are here to determine the truth. I can't make that noise. If I may, I will silence you forever. It is you who should be silent. What did he say? I will silence you forever for this disgraceful attack on the lovely young... And then she said, shut up. I love that. Of course. Dear lady! Where did that come from? She just snapped. I'm afraid I may have spoken unfairly before. I offer my most humble apologies. I'm sorry, my lady. To what are you referring? I described your police force as inferior. But no matter how inferior they may be, you still investigated this particular point thoroughly, I believe. The bottle, I mean, Inspector? And whether it contained poison or not? Well, what about the glass? Of course. You did? Have you forgotten what my guiding principle is already? I strive for a flawless investigation every time. Yet you didn't take the glass with you. I don't believe it. Naturally, we tested the inside of the bottle and its contents. And what did you find, Inspector? I ordered tests for every toxin that is available in this country at the present time. We could find no trace of poison of any description in the bottle of the carbonated water, Your Excellency. What? Are you sure? The tests were meticulously carried out by the Chief Coroner himself. Yeah, but you didn't check. I'm very grateful to all you Japanese. You've successfully established my complete innocence in this horrid affair. Thank you. But of course, dear lady, the pleasure was all ours. But you didn't test the glass. I was so sure. This can't be right. Everything falls into place if he was poisoned. Thank you, Counsel. I think that cross-examination has clarified everything. As the prosecution have asserted, a shot to the chest from the gun is the only conceivable cause of death. Furthermore, the accused, who by his own admission was holding this weapon, is the only possible culprit. I'm done for. No, you're not. He didn't check the glass. Please, this is agonizing. The court wishes to apologize for the great inconvenience this has caused you, Miss Brett. Oh no, I'm just glad the matter is resolved. Before proceeding, I must ask the counsel for the defense. Do you have any further new evidence to present the court at this point? Zuma? I'm sorry. I have nothing more. I do. Ask me, please. I'm very eager. Well, if you'll excuse me now, I really must be leaving.
Hold it!
Ooh, nice. Please wait. Isn't that... What's the meaning of this? Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato Mikotoba, Judicial Assistant to the Defense. Mikotoba. In my darkest hour, with nowhere left to go, she appeared like a bolt of lightning. And in her hand, she carried a small package, wrapped in a furoshiki cloth. Is it the handbag? Or the glass? Guess we'll never know. Yes, please. Ugh. Well, I understand you are judicial assistant to the defense, but why this sudden ingress into my courtroom? Ha! Judicial assistant and a woman, no less. What the fuck? The rules state... Oh, I was gonna make a joke that he was gonna say, like, women are not allowed to be in the courtroom. But then that was actually what he said. The rules state that females are not permitted into this court of law other than to testify. Yes, I fully understand. I ask only for 5 minutes of time. I have some vital evidence that I must hand over to the defense. Ha, you're too late, little girl. This trial has already been concluded. He hasn't made a ruling yet, so... 5 minutes. I will not allow a moment more. But, Your Excellency... I'm most grateful. Who exactly are you? She just stated her full name, dude. Just Google search her. I'm sorry, but there's no time. Please, simply accept this for now. What is it? A report about something? Written in English? It's Giselle Brett's research. The Englishwoman's? After the trial resumed earlier, I hurried back to the university. I went to Dr. Wilson's laboratory in the medical faculty and borrowed this paper. Oh, yes, that's right. Miss Brett was studying under the professor, wasn't she? So, does this research, whatever it is, have something to do with the case? I'm afraid I don't know, for I can't read. I haven't been able to listen to the proceedings of the trial myself. Oh no, of course not. I like this music though, it's kinda cool. Special characteristics of cure and its effects on human subjects. Interesting. Cure? What's that? I've never heard that word before. Time's up! The prosecution demands the immediate removal of this female trespasser from the courtroom. There was too little time for me to read it in detail, but I've summarized what I could on a note just inside the cover. If you think it would be valuable, please cast your eye over it. This is wonderful, thank you. Giselle's report has been entered into the courtroom. Goodbye then, and good luck. You've had long enough, Counsel. We cannot detain our English guest any longer. Let's see. poison made from the bark of certain trees in the jungle of South America. The hunters of the region have used it since ancient times to incapacitate their prey. Effects: instant paralysis of the entire body and subsequent death, even in minute doses? I don't know. English is hard. Route of entry. The above-mentioned effects occur when the poison enters the body through a wound, such as that inflicted by a blowpipe dart. And when inhaled, it's like... causes the blood. Due to its ability to render the human body paralytic, it's believed that the toxin could have application as an anesthetic. However, a solution for the respiratory arrest caused as a result of the full body paralysis must be found first. Other patients would die of suffocation. Okay, that's it. I asked the prosecution and the defense now one last time. Does either side have any further evidence to present to the court? I presume not, despite a woman just walking into the courtroom literally stating that she had new evidence for the defense. But I digress. The prosecution has made its case convincingly enough already. Nothing more to add, Your Excellency. We're out of options here. This really is our very last chance. Yes, I know. Your Excellency, the defense does have new evidence. Outdated autopsy report. That look. The unyielding stare of a true Japanese warrior. Well, Miss Brett? Yes, Your Excellency? If you wouldn't mind, perhaps you could grace us with your presence a little longer? It's a delightful invitation, but I'm afraid it's not so very long until tea time. I'll have to politely decline. Forgive me, Miss Brett. It seems I wasn't clear. I realize it was phrased as a question, however, it wasn't. I must ask you to treat that as an order. I've said it many times before, but the Japanese language makes no sense. My apologies, dear lady. So, counsel. What is this new evidence that demands the court's attention? My university collar pin.
Yes!
Miss Giselle Brett, we understand that you were studying under Dr. Wilson at UMA University doing research. Research, by sheer coincidence perhaps, into a deadly poison. What? Poison? Where are you going with this, counsel? To a toxin known as Cure, Your Excellency. Even the slightest amount of this deadly poison entering the body leads to instant death. What complete and utter nonsense. Cure, you say? I've never even heard of it, because she's doing research. You wouldn't have done. What do you mean? I mean that you wouldn't have heard of Cure before for one very simple reason. It doesn't exist in our country. It doesn't exist? Correct. Which means, no matter what tests the police can do for toxins, they'd never identify Cure. Why? Because there is no test available here that can identify the presence of this highly deadly poison. What? Order, order, order. Council, does this deadly poison truly exist? According to this report, authored by the visiting research student from England, USoraER has long been used by the tribespeople of South America as poison to lace their arrows. It seems that it's reasonably well known among European doctors and scientists. To lace their arrows? The report states that it's produced from the extract of a tree that grows deep in the Amazonian jungle. And it was first brought back to Europe at the turn of the century by explorers. It claims that animals shot by arrows laced with USoraER suffer instant death. Doesn't that about sum it up, Miss Brett?
Objection!
Trumpery! These aspersions are utter trumpery. To start with, if the victim had been administered some of this so-called deadly poison, he would have been squirming and writhing in pain. Nope, he wouldn't have, because it's paralytic. And the other diners would have surely noticed. That's true. What do you say to that, Inspector? Obviously, I would have noticed a disturbance like that. I don't remember anything like that either. I didn't notice the professor being in any kind of pain. According to this, however, it's the other way around. What do you mean, the other way around? Well, there was a comma, so if you'd not have talked, you would have known already. The very fact that the victim didn't show any visible signs of distress is evidence that USoraER was used. Explain yourself, Counsel. The moment this toxin enters a person's system, it causes instant paralysis. Paralysis. Jeez. In other words, afflicted victims lose all strength and are completely unable to move. Even if they were in total agony, there would be no visible signs of pain at all. How terrible. Obviously, if a man lost all strength in his muscles, he'd collapse on the floor. But with a chair under him for support, as Dr. Wilson did, the effects would go largely unnoticed. But I don't follow, Kazuma. That's just paralysis. I thought the poison caused instant death. The full explanation is extremely unpleasant. The poison causes immediate paralysis, as I said, leaving the victim unable to move. But after a short time, the paralysis is so severe, it causes the muscles that control respiration to fail. Respiration? In other words, the actual cause of death is suffocation. And all the while, the victim is conscious and aware, just unable to move. That's hideous. To the observer, it would look almost like the victim was slipping peacefully into an endless sleep. But for the victim himself, his final moments would be a living hell. That is the true nature of this deadly USoraER poison. And you're suggesting that this bottle, Counsel, actually contains this terrifying poison?
Objection!
This is all very convenient, isn't it? A hitherto unknown poison for which there is no means of testing? What a happy tale for the defense. If I may. All these facts. You think you're so clever. I knew this was coming. You must be taught some manners. Shut up! It is you who must be taught. Of course. Dear lady! So, this is how you Japanese behave, isn't it? What? You steal another's honest, hard work and then announce the results as if you discovered them. I'm appalled. What a loathsome act. Well, Miss Brett, the feeling is mutual. Whatever do you mean? Capitalizing on the unfortunate circumstances of an innocent man to frame him for a heinous crime? That really is a loathsome act. Wouldn't you agree? Enough of this. I, for one, refuse to accept it. The idea of some poison that doesn't even exist in the great empire of Japan is breaking the rules. What's so funny? Oh, excuse me, Your Excellency? Yes, Miss Brett? May I borrow that bottle for a moment, please? She's gonna chug it. Well, yes, I don't see, why not? I mean, you could have still put it in a glass. Don't get too big for your boots, you insignificant little island boys. Sorry? To an Englishwoman such as myself, this whole affair is a farcical comedy. Your little police games and these foolish courtroom antics, it's laughable, really. But I'm getting bored of it all now. It's time for the games to end. Cheers! Wait, what are you doing? I drank it, couldn't you tell? No sparkle left at all. How appropriate for this shabby affair. Goodness. Whatever is the matter? You all look quite stunned. So, no cure? No, she obviously she researched this, so she would know what to take in advance in order to not be paralyzed and die from this. Hello, Koi. The bottle was clean. Is that what you're saying? You look quite incredulous, little boy. But of course, that's the simple truth. Thank you for presenting the findings of my research so concisely here in this grand venue. Most kind. Oh, she is here now. She looks like an Easter egg. Thank you, waiter. Now then, Your Excellency? Yes, Miss Brett? I should like to be excused now, please. May I go to the bathroom? I think I've given more than enough of my time for the furtherance of friendship between our countries. Ah, yes, dear lady. We are most gratified with all the assistance you have given. This doesn't make sense. There had to have been poison in that bottle. So how did she swallow a whole glass and live to tell the tale? I don't understand it. Well, I suppose if nothing else, this little Far Eastern charade will make for an interesting conversation at the next party I attend in London. There has to have been poison in that bottle, doesn't there? There can't have been, because otherwise she would have keeled over dead. Come on. We have all the clues now. That bottle of water contains poison. Hi from Turtle and Koi. Hi, Turtle and Koi. The culprit did put... by the way, I don't know how to pronounce the poison. It's a weird word. The culprit did put USoraER poison into Dr. Wilson's carbonated water. The defense refuses to change its position. You're serious? Fool! Are you blind? No, but you are. You literally wear glasses. There's no possible way that bottle could contain poison. I mean, we just saw Miss Brett drinking the water from it. That's right, which rather complicates your argument, I think. And I believe that complication can be explained. How exactly? I need to think through all the things that don't quite add up here, one by one. I'm sure the answer is in the evidence we have in the courtroom somewhere. It has to be. We gotta avoid spoilers? You're gonna play this game? Very well. If the defense truly intends to assert this claim, then I must ask you to support the assertion. Nope. Whatever. With evidence. What explains how the witness was able to consume this supposed poison water unscathed? See, my English isn't good enough to understand the last paragraph, and I think it's in there, but... Oh! It only works if the poison enters through a wound. And since he had a dental procedure done, like teeth removed, it went into his body through a wound, and since she has no wounds inside her mouth or her body, it's fine for her to drink it.
Yes!
The answer to this riddle is right here in Miss Brett's own research report. That's not a valid explanation, except it is. No? After all, we don't speak English. That report is utter gibberish. This impudent young scoundrel is trying to ridicule the court, Your Excellency. I'm not trying to ridicule anyone, honest. I'm just reading Susato's notes. I concur. This report is too extensive to be considered in its entirety by the court. You will direct us to the pertinent section, counsel. Which section of the report reveals the alleged answer to this riddle? Well, let's check, because I didn't remember the page number. Section 2, Special Characteristics, I think. Yeah. We've been hearing a lot about this USoraER poison. And it's left me curious about something. Oh, counsel? Well, it sounds though indigenous hunters have been using this poison for years and years to lace the heads of arrows that they shoot at whatever prey they're hunting. So we've been led to believe, yes. And the point of hunting is to catch prey to eat. Get to the point, please. But if they were to use these laced arrows, doesn't that mean there would be traces of poison left in the prey the hunters were going to eat? Yes, good point. So surely the hunters wouldn't want to eat their prey, would they? Because they'd be eating poison. Good gracious, Consul. No, that would be madness. But I actually found the answer to that conundrum in this research paper here. Under special characteristics, it says this. The poison starts to work after entering the body through a wound. Through a wound, you say? I see. That makes sense. Yes, the mention of that particular detail seemed a little strange to me, though. However, it all makes sense when you interpret what's written like this. When cure enters the body through an open wound, it has terrifying poisonous effects. However, when it enters the body via the mouth, it has no poisonous effects whatsoever. What? Miss Brett, you authored this research. You knew USoraER's special characteristics. And you knew that you could make a spectacle of drinking that water without any danger to yourself. You meddling little shit. Well, it turns out you're an even better lawyer than I thought you'd be. Really? Me? A lawyer? I want to be a prosecutor when I grow up. All this poison talk is fascinating, I'm sure, but I fail to see how it possibly... So, the ill-bred little puppy has a new toy to play with. Some facts he read in a book. But I'm afraid knowledge doesn't suit you, little boy. It only makes you look silly. What are you trying to say? Your schoolboyish logic has a fatal flaw. Look, she's gonna say that it entered his body through his mouth as well. However, he had a dental procedure done. Schoolboyish? Flaw? As even your brain has managed to deduce, USoraER is safe to ingest. It seems likely that its effects are neutralized by the acidic nature of the gastric succus. Oh, yes, well, of course. Gastric suckers? What are they? So, if this lethal poison is completely harmless when drunk, the professor wouldn't have died when he swallowed it, would he? Yes, he would. That's right. Good gracious. That's basic science. Science that even a schoolboy should be able to understand, no? Order, order, in the court, order. The logic holds. If the lady and prosecutor drank that same poison, they would be affected in the same way. Are you trying to suggest... Yes, this cure poison is completely irrelevant to the case on trial. That's right. Surely even a little cockroach like you could understand something as simple as that. What is this? Welling up inside of me. I've never felt like this before. It's a sort of conviction to break down all the discrepancies. It's so intense, almost rage-like. Like I'm going Super Saiyan or something. And more than anything else, it's an animalistic desire to take down my prey.
Objection!
Nice. I don't think so, Miss Giselle Brett. How dare you use that tone with me? You know very well that there is no fatal flaw here. You know exactly why. Even though both you and the victim swallowed the same poison, you are alive, but Dr. Wilson is dead. Counsel, I'm sure I don't need to remind you. You must provide compelling evidence, as we now know that this poison is completely harmless when ingested. Why would Dr. Wilson alone have been killed by the USoraER?
Take that!
As Miss Brett so readily pointed out, she drank the same water as the professor. However, there was a fundamental and fatal difference between the two diners. A fatal difference? The toxic effects of USoraER are only felt when the poison enters the body through an open wound. So, for a healthy person with no injuries, drinking it is completely harmless. But what if there was a wound inside the mouth of the person drinking the poisoned water? Inside? Yes, like the wound you might have if you had just been to the dentist and had a tooth extracted, for example. Miss Brett, you acknowledged many times in your testimony already that you were well aware of Dr. Wilson's dental appointment that day. I love this animation. Like the giant eyes and then her mouth open. It makes her seem super surprised, and I'm all for it. So that's it. You used that knowledge to orchestrate this. Now a motive. Is she laughing? I don't like to repeat myself, but honestly, I can't resist. These childish courtroom games and your half-baked arguments are all so puerile. What do you mean? Don't worry, little schoolboy. You'll find out soon enough. You see, when you leave vital evidence lying around, you never know what might happen to it. No! I mean, it could just slip. Oh dear, how careless of me. I'm afraid some crucial evidence may have just been tragically destroyed. What is it? What just happened? It's the Englishwoman. She just smashed that bottle in the Supreme Court. What a terrible blunder. Officer, what are you waiting for? Collect up as much of the water from that broken bottle as possible at once. You're wasting your time. This delightful carpet under my feet here was a gift from the British Empire. I assure you, it will soak up the water beautifully. You have neither the technology nor the presence of mind to recover it. Oh. How could you? You won't get away with this. You can thump the bench and shout as much as you like, little boy. But I'm afraid we'll never know now, will we? If there really was poison in that bottle, or not. I mean, we can cut you open and just, scoop the water out. And let us not forget, we still have some very compelling evidence left intact. Isn't that right, counsel for the prosecution? Oh, of course, of course. Referring to this photographic print, I presume, dear lady? That's right. And really, looking at this photograph, it is clear as day, isn't it? The poor professor was sitting with his back to me. So, of course, the only person who could have shot him from the front is the little schoolboy.
Objection!
No, you killed the victim that day, using Curer. And then, in order to frame... I'm not gonna say it. In order to frame him for the crime, you waited until he picked up the pistol you'd arranged for him to find on the floor, before you shot the professor's dead body in the chest with your own hidden gun. Then, in the confusion that followed, all you had to do was turn the dead professor and his chair around. You see, you had every opportunity to commit this crime. What a wonderful imagination you have, young man. A hidden gun, you say, and I shot the professor's dead body, did I? Well, I'm terribly sorry, but you don't have a shred of evidence. Exactly. And as you have nothing to support your wild claims, the prosecution's stance remains unchanged. The victim, John H. Wilson, was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Delivered in cold blood by the accused. This is unbelievable. How can this be happening? We had her, but now? Is she really going to get away with it? With the way she destroyed that evidence, was obscene. Yes, we've come this far, but now you're the only one who can finish it. What? What do you mean? I mean that I need to take my medication. Because this is the only reason I stream. It's because I had medication to take at like 1 a.m. Because I need to take it every 8 hours, but there's not enough hours in the day to take it every 8 hours without staying up past midnight. Which is really stupid. What do you mean? We've lost a vital piece of evidence. It's true. So if there are any clues left for us to use now, they must be in your head. In my head? In your head. You told me before that your powers of observation. You have meds? Yeah, antibiotics. For the bite. The bite of 87. Yeah, no, I was bitten by a kid at work. And it's an open wound, so they gave me antibiotics. Which for some reason are not antibiotics that you apply to the wound. But you need to take a pill. I just think that's weird. But okay. Well, close the wound? I don't know how. He chomped a piece out of my arm. What do you want me to do? Glue it shut? There's like no way to do that. It's just a tiny hole. The worst part about antibiotics is you need to take them while you eat or while you're ingesting something, some food. However, the antibiotics make you really nauseous, or that's one of the side effects. So I've been having no appetite, so I barely ate anything before taking the medication, which make the feeling worse, which makes me eat even less, which just makes the nauseous feeling worse again. It's just a circle. It's awful. I like this line. I didn't manage to notice that this woman was a foreigner with a swan on her. So, think back now. Try to remember every last detail about the scene that day. I like how I keep pronouncing detail different every time. Everything you saw, everything you felt, every color, every smell. What I saw, what I felt. Every color. Huh. Is Kazuma right? Somewhere in the vibrant memory of this same scene in my head, could there be another clue to expose the identity of Dr. Wilson's killer? I mean, you're zooming in on the clue. Actually, Kazuma, I think I might have something. Thinking back over everything I saw... Kazuma. Kashmir. Thinking back over everything I saw, I think I might have uncovered another clue. I'm trying to open my food, but it's really annoying to open. Haha. You always have something up your sleeve, don't you? Yes, his name is now Kashmir. Great, something I can pronounce. Come on then. Let's wipe the smug smile off that English woman's face with some evidence. Right. I can't wait. Why are you eating it? I just told you. In order to take my medication, I need to eat. And the problem is that they make me take that medication every 8 hours, but 8 plus 8 plus 8 is like, what's that, 24? So if I take the first one at 9, then the second one I need to take at 5, and then the next one will be around midnight. Which sucks. Oh. The blood. Because, what's his face? Because this dude, he keeps coughing up blood.
Take that!
Inspector Hosonaga, answer me this. Yes? What is it? He's still miles away, probably thinking about that bottle being smashed. As you've said numerous times now, you strive for perfection in your investigations, don't you? Means you gotta stay awake to take the pill? Yeah. Which sucks, because I can't stay awake when I work again until, midnight. Although I'm probably gonna be taking the pill, not the pill, the, the antibiotics um, at 6 or 6:30, which means everything will be slightly earlier. So I think the last one I will need to take right before going to bed. So that's fine. And I think I only have one day where I need to take it before work and at work. Absolutely. I wonder, therefore, if perhaps you took anything else from the scene of the crime. At 10? Yeah, that's right when I go to bed, so... Like, for instance, the plate of the steak that you took to the victim's table that day. Wait a minute. Where are you going with this, little boy? Where are you going with this little boy? It's just a memory that's been troubling me. What memory? I saw the scene shown in this photographic print with my own eyes that day. And I saw that on the wooden base of the plate that the steak was served on was a spattering of blood. What? Oh, really? And what of it? Obviously, that must have happened when you shot the professor. But the blood splatter was behind him, not in front of him. No, that can't be the case. Take a good look back at the photograph and the relative position of everything there. Maybe he just likes a steak rare. Medium rare. The plate of the steak is almost directly behind the victim. If I'm supposed to have shot Dr. Wilson in the chest from the front, the steak is over the blood. There's no way that the blood from the victim could have ended up directly behind him. Ugh. Oh, I'm so bad with taking pills. Yes. Doesn't help that antibiotics are like gigantic. For the blood to have made it onto the plate, it implies the plate was between the victim and the shooter. Which means the shooter must have been sitting opposite the professor, as you were. Giselle, Brett, I love this horse pills. I love this animation. It looks so silly. I said it before, but now I'm saying it to you. It's really funny because her eyes look giant and just makes her even more surprised. I beg your pardon? This is beyond ridiculous, fabricated nonsense. Is the court seriously expected to believe something the accused has apparently just remembered seeing? This could be the moment that my entire career in the police force has been leading to. Inspector, you mean? Yes, I took the plate, in the interest of preserving evidence from the scene of the crime. I took it, meat and all, and I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief. Because of it. You did what? I took the steak that you had been eating, Miss Brett. I took the steak that the sergeant had been eating. And I did it all in the name of justice. Then we can find out for sure whether or not there is a bloodstain on Miss Brett's plate. We must examine it now. Inspector. The court wishes to examine the plate from the victim's table immediately. Yes, sir. Sorry for the delay. Here's what you ordered. The steak. Well, what about the blood? Is there blood on it? Blood on it, blood on it. Of course there isn't. Quickly, Inspector. The blood, man. Show the court. Of course. Examine the plate at your leisure. No! No blood. No blood anywhere. But, no, that's impossible. Yeah, 'cause he wiped it off. I saw it, I'm sure of it. It was right there on the table behind the professor. There was blood on the side of the plate. What an unbecoming expression, little boy. Dude, Jesus. You see, this is why I always say you can't trust what the Japanese tell you. Jesus! Racism much? I couldn't agree more. In the case of this disgrace to the Empire. I believe we may finally have reached a conclusion in this trial. Let's hope so. This pretend attempt at the courtroom proceedings is painful to watch. But I do promise to do my best and forget all about it when it's over. This is such a sad look of him. Like, it's sad when Phoenix does it, but it's even more sad when this dude does it. This sorry-looking steak reveals the facts all too clearly. If the sorry-looking accused wishes to examine it again, be my guest. The plate of steak has been entered into the court record. Was the plate I saw or thought I saw just a figment of my imagination? This is it now, I've lost. It's not over yet. Not until the final gavel. Never stop believing in yourself. Keep looking forward no matter what. Just as the victim did when he got shot. Believe in myself? Really? Never give up. Maybe I should at least examine the evidence myself. As the evidence requested by the defense has not been shown to be problematic in any way, I presume any further examination of evidence in this trial will be unnecessary. Well, hold it. Well, that was a spot where it was. Apparently nothing is out of place, which I find hard to believe. It tells you where to look, does it? Watch the crosshair? I am. Oh. Whoops. What the? What in the world is this? I thought that meant that I couldn't click on it. I think it's a Koban coin. The hallmark is from the Hui era, I believe. No, I don't mean what is it. I mean, what is it doing here? Wait, did you say it was a Hui Koban? A Hui? I don't know. Probably Hui. Yes, and apart from the meat juices, it looks to be in good condition. I imagine it's very, Hui. Very valuable. This isn't the first time today that there's been talk of a Hui Koban. I've heard of pearls before swine, but I've never heard of bullion in bouillon. No? Hoi. This is extraordinary, though. This means... I certainly never expected to find a precious coin underneath this thick cut of meat. And it's from the Hui era, too. That would make it really quite valuable. Well, it's marinated in the juices as well. Look. What? Are you thinking of eating it? No, but the next time I order steak at an expensive restaurant, one thing's for sure. My heart's going to be racing as I lift up the meat and peer underneath for a price. The Hui era. I think you might have the wrong end of the stick about this. Koban coin underneath this steak. There's only one logical explanation. Which is... Would you care to share? I mean, this does have the same icons. Ugh. Let's proceed. There is another clue. Your Excellency, please wait. This plate of beef is hiding another clue. Another clue that will reveal the shocking truth. The only thing that's shocking here is your unhealthy fascination with beefsteak. Well, listen up, you shit. There's nothing wrong with that. Your Excellency, I think I've made myself clear, haven't I? I will not be able to turn a blind eye to any more unnecessary procrastination in this trial. I'm sorry, Miss Brett, but we must ensure a thorough examination of the evidence. I will not give a ruling until I'm completely satisfied that all reasonable doubt has been dispelled. I see. As a newly affirmed ally of my country, that's still your position, is it? Thank you, Your Excellency. Counsel for the defense, you will now clearly show the court what you are alluding. Where precisely on this plate of beefsteak is this new clue to be found? Huh? What in the world is this? I already read this. Come on. I hate double work. Mash. Yeah. You can't skip it either, which is like, why? Oh, I know. I know what I did wrong. I click X because that's what you usually did in Phoenix Wright games. But here you somehow present with the triangle. so I just keep pressing the wrong button over and over again.
Got it!
Got it. Good gracious, that's Kingdom Hearts rules? Ugh. Koban? What on earth? What on earth? A Hey era at one. At that. Miss Brett. This is, in fact, the beefsteak that you ordered at the restaurant on the day in question, is it? Tell me, why is there an old coin seemingly hidden underneath the meat? What a ridiculous question. How should I know? I mean, you're the one who ate it. I've never seen that thing before in my life. I don't know what this is, but I want no part of it. I fail to see how this is relevant. Objection. Relevance. A coin under the meat. That could simply have been a careless mistake by the chef in a moment of distraction.
Objection!
Don't be absurd. We're supposed to believe that this happened by accident in the kitchen? A rare, hoi, kabam, just happens to be hidden underneath that piece of steak? If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll rip up my ticket to Great Britain right now. He's right. It can't be a coincidence. Your Excellency. Yes, Counsel. A rare hoi kabam just happens to be hidden underneath that piece of steak. If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll give up my lawyer job right now. By all means, don't let us stop you. No one invited you anyway. Perhaps, little boy, you should realize that it is you who's irrelevant. Even though I'm the one on trial here? The point is, it is essential that we ask the owner of this coin if he can explain what it is doing under that steak. The owner? Yes, it is obvious. There's only one person it can belong to. The owner of the koban that was found underneath the beefsteak is this dude.
Take that!
Wrong button. Obviously, it can only be the antiques dealer and owner of Rasute Curie, as in Mr. Cucumber something? I mean, you know, she's been racist, but that is pretty on point. Honestly, these ridiculous Japanese names are quite unfathomable. Yes. The old man who testified earlier alongside the military sergeant, correct? Yes, Your Excellency. I remember him saying that he was up to something with his koban coin when it happened. At exactly the moment the gun was fired. A gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Too busy on the floor? Sorry, what were you doing? Hunting for treasure. Indeed, the USoraER koban, my prized coin. Then this USoraER koban, do you mean to tell me? No. Please, why would Korekuta-san koban be sandwiched between the victim's beefsteak and its plate? It makes no sense. Which is why I'm asking to bring Korekuta-san back to the witness stand so we can ask him. Officer? Bring both witnesses that testified earlier back in here. Without a moment's delay, I can't believe we've come back around to that pair again. But I've a hunch, a strong hunch, that if we chase down the real significance of this Koban, we'll find that it's a key element to this case. Because this case wasn't long enough already. Oh, I love that baby. So cute. What's all this about? What's this all about? Why have I been called up again? Don't you realize that it's dinner time for little baby Ido? Are you gonna finish this case before bed? Well, I'll try. When my son's belly is empty, he's fiercer than a pack of wolves. Exploited by the police, we were, like miserable dogs, forced to bear false witness. Don't push yourself. Oh. And then, when cast from this courtroom, myself, I became a ruined man in Trice, a worthless, withered antique. Nothing more have I to say. The sun has set on this the sun has set on this shop owner's existence. Be as that may, Korekuta-san, something has come to light that requires a clarification. That's it, the one, the very one, the very exact one that it is. The resplendent, splendiferous Hoei treasure that my rusty bones managed to misplace on that fateful day. It can't be. No, it can't be. He caught the knife? I didn't see. As I thought. Young man. Enlighten this decrepit old fool. Put me out of my misery. Where? Where was my treasure? Where was it dropped? Oh, I'm not sure if it was dropped anywhere. We found your coin sandwiched between a beefsteak and its plate, soaking in the seasoned meat juices. Sandwiched? Soaking? Seriously? Clearly, it couldn't have fallen there by accident. Which means somebody must have hidden it there on purpose. Somebody concealed my holy treasure between a slab of meat and a metal plate? Who would do such a thing? Such an unconscionable thing. Excuse me. Could I say something? Yes, of course. Proceed, Inspector. I mentioned this earlier on the trial, but I was working undercover in the restaurant in order to investigate another case. I can't seem to get the last bit of my drink out of my cup. Which genuinely is a skill issue. There we go. Ah, yes, that's right. The secret undercover operation. La Carnaval is a high-class Western cuisine restaurant. It attracts wealthy diners, including many foreigners. I heard that whistle. I know what cup that is. You bet. You better. Recently, there's been a run of similarly executed thefts, targeting the restaurant's rich clientele. A number of such incidents have been reported to the police bureau. Wicked crimes indeed. We wanted to nip the case in the bud, quickly, especially with so many foreigners being affected. So that's why you were sent undercover, is it? I'm going to need a small break. I will be right back. Alright, I have returned. Yes, I took the job of waiter at the restaurant in order to flush out the criminal. It seems likely... Oh, Jesus. We have too many stairs in the house, especially if you try to run up them. It seems likely that this common incident is the work of the same thief. So, unbeknownst to us, there was a master chief at work in the restaurant on a regular basis. The place was already the scene of several crimes, it seems. Yes, a master chief. Was that not what it said? Oh, master thief. Listen, it's almost 2 a.m. This is not my fault. I don't know about the Master Chief part, about the Master Thief part, but the identity of the person who stole and hit Korekute-san's Goban is all too clear. Go to bed? No. What? What? I think the court would like to hear the defense's view on this matter. Tell us, who's the despicable scoundrel that stole the Goban and hid it under the steak? Well, I think it's her, but I genuinely don't know. Let's see. Is it him? I genuinely don't know. I would say it's here to, or it's her, to cause a distraction. But I feel like it'd be obvious if she was the thief, considering the way she looks. What do you think, Koi? Has to be one of these 5 clowns. I doubt he'd have stolen his own coin, especially since he doesn't have any access to it. I doubt he would. Koi? Who saw the crime? You just said it was clear. It would be weird. It would be weird if Hosonaga stole the coin and was the thief, since the thief was the entire reason he was there in the first place. But he would have been the only one to have access to the plate. I don't know. Can be him, can be him, can be him. Doubt it's him. Kinda doubt it's him. Yeah, it says he witnessed the crime, but, I'm pretty sure in his testimony in the first part, he didn't actually see the crime happen because he was tending to his child. Can't be her. I'm just gonna say that it's her.
Take that!
Nope.
Take that!
Nope. Is it him then?
Take that!
Nope. Well, we have five chances anyway. So.
Take that!
Nope.
Take that!
Obviously, it can only be you. Sergeant, yes, I know, sir. What? How dare you? You monster. Monster. I stole that Coban, did I? I'm the master thief of La Carnaval, am I? You're seriously accusing me of these crimes? Well, not you, yeah. But it wasn't me. It was Ido. Ido is the mastermind behind all this. You would push the blame for your crimes onto your own son? An innocent little baby? It is you who's the monster, Sergeant No Sir. What? He saw shiny. Clippity clop, clippity clop, clippity clop, clippity clop. Wah! Aww. The baby. Preparing to stand down the Supreme Court, sir. Do any of you know of the extraordinarily low wages the Nippon Imperial Army pays those who it expects to keep our country safe? I understand that the temporary increase in taxation owing to the recently ended conflicts remains in place. And I have heard it's hard for lower-ranking soldiers to make a living, yes. All I want is to put a hot meal on the table for my son. That's why you were stealing things at the restaurant? The place is heaving with money. Every 3 days, I'd go there and do reconnaissance for a target. And I'd enjoy chomping my way through a good steak at the same time. So that's his steak. Sounds like he doesn't bother with a knife and fork, which is worryingly believable. And your target that day was the old man and his Coban. Yes, sir. He was an easy mark. I slipped the coin into my pocket and without any trouble at all. A veritable phantom thief you are. I was set to leave the steak I was halfway through devouring when it happened. That's why the steak has bites. Yes, when the professor was shot. Does it have bites? Oh, it does. I knew that if the police conducted a search and found the coin in my pocket, I'd be finished. Ido too. Oh, I do. Yes, sir, no, sir, I do. So I hid the incriminating evidence as fast as I could, on the double. I slipped it under the steak, hoping that I'd be able to rendezvous with it again at a later date. This is ridiculous. Perhaps you could carry on with this absurd pretzeling in your own time? Or it's Ida. Well, Miss Brett. Oh, of course, dear lady, of course. How rude of us. I'm quite sure there's no need to detain you any longer at all. Yes, there is, because it's not her plate, it's his plate. So naturally, the blood wouldn't be on this plate. It would be on her plate, which isn't displayed, so... You know, I'm quite... oh yeah, I read that. YMCA. Bonk! May the esteemed gentlewoman please be excused, Your Excellency. Indeed. The theft of the Koban was clearly perpetrated by this baby-saddled sergeant. It would certainly appear to be unrelated to Dr. Wilson's murder. Myrtle. Of course it is. Hiding a coin under a lump of meat. The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. Nonsense, is it? Well, oof. Swords past 2. Do not try and make tongue twisters. You break your brain? No. Myrtle. One of the Ace Attorney bloopers from the anime. You're Myrtle. And as for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork, it's beyond nonsense. It's pure madness. Very well. Now that all questions concerning this witness's testimony have been answered, I see no further justification for detaining her, except that it's not her plate. Miss Brett, you are free to leave. Thank you, Your Excellency. Good luck, everyone. And good day. Hold it. What's the matter with you? This is no time for daydreaming. Oh, no, it's just... something about Miss Brett's parting words there got me thinking. I can't quite work out what exactly, but something she said jarred with me. I feel like there was a contradiction in there somewhere, something that didn't quite add up. If that's the case, then don't stand there thinking. Make your voice heard. Sorry? You can think later, but if you don't call out now, it'll be too late. The trial will be over. Because there's bites? Yeah. Wait, Miss Brett. What is it now? I'm afraid, just one last time, there's something I'd like to ask you? I'd like you to explain the contradiction in your parting words from just a few moments ago. Why, what are you talking about? What contradiction? What new student nonsense is this? Well, what parting words are you talking about? Hiding a coin under a lump of meat? The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. And as for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork, it's beyond nonsense. It's pure madness. Yes, I'm right. What you said there exposed an undeniable contradiction. I'm going to need to see evidence, Counsel. If Miss Brett's words truly are contradictory, where's the evidence to prove it? Well, this has, like, bites taken out of it as well. Which probably means the steaks were, like, swapped. She swapped them. Oh, and here it looks different. Oh, this is bites taken out of it. No, don't do it again. No. I think it's this one then, right?
Take that!
The steak that Miss Brett has been eating before the professor was killed, yes. Go on. More accurately, Your Excellency. The steak that was on the victim's table just before the professor was killed. You looked at it before and it has bites? Not true. Wait. Now you're just splitting hairs. Not true. Let me read. Oh, it's on autoplay. Not true. Doesn't something about this steak strike you as very unnatural? Unnatural? What on earth do you mean? It's extremely obvious. I'm talking about the shape of the edge where it's been eaten. I love that face. I see you've noticed it too, Miss Bread. What's her name? As in her funny haha. Because it very much sounds like she has a funny haha name. Funny, different meaning. But I don't know what it is. Notice what exactly, Counsel? Just a few moments ago, Miss Brett claimed no Englishman could ever contemplate picking up a steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork. Of course she did. She's a refined English gentlewoman herself. I have no idea because either just keep calling her Miss Brett. Giselle Brett is her name. Miss Giselle Brett. I mean, I know what a Jezebel is, but that's not her name. And that would also make it very obvious that she is the culprit. Although this entire case has made it obvious. Let's take a good look at the steak, in particular the edge where it's been eaten. As you can see, there are clearly defined barbaric teeth marks there. Ah! It looks like Miss Brett has realized something. So, if the witness, as she claims, wouldn't contemplate eating anything without using a knife and fork, there shouldn't be teeth marks in the steak at all. But what's your actual point? Perhaps the delightful Miss Brett was... Oh, whatever you say, dear lady. As I said, I really must be leaving now. Afternoon tea with the Minister of Justice cannot possibly wait any longer. Of course, this will all be over in the blink of an eye. Rest assured, I'm about to put this rookie in his... I've heard enough. You irritating, little spectacled samurai relic. Sherlock Holmes is in this game? It's a reference? I don't know if he is. Of course, dear lady. What's the matter, Miss Brett? Have we ruffled your feathers? Get it? Because you're a swan? Oh, isn't Miss Swan something from Sherlock Holmes? Clearly, the witness knows what this means. She's realized the catastrophic implications these teeth marks in the stake have for her. Do you know where you're going with this? It's like all I know about this game. I know nothing about this game, and I've been playing for... let's check. Well, let's check. I have 1 hour into this game? That cannot be right. Since this stream has been 3 hours, 3.5 hours. So that's like, I've like 4 hours. Yes, Miss Swan was Sherlock's landlady. So that must be the reference then. The mysterious teeth marks in a steak that had allegedly been eaten with cutlery. The reason why the bloodstain I know I saw somehow seems to have disappeared. 3.5 hours, yeah, but I had an hour into this game before. 8 months ago. And most importantly, the evidence that proves once and for all who shot Dr. Wilson that day. I accept that these teeth marks in the steak are a little unnatural, as you put it, counsel. But what exactly are you suggesting that it tells us? Everything, Your Excellency. Everything? Everything! Yes, I believe these barbaric teeth marks in the steak here amount to conclusive evidence in this case. Evidence that will prove beyond any doubt who shot Dr. Wilson. Conclusive evidence? How many times have I heard that today? You wouldn't know the meaning of the phrase, typical Japanese empty threats. How can you be so sure? Oh, it's quite simple. If you really had such conclusive evidence, you would have presented it to the court long ago. Actually, the evidence I'm talking about hasn't been brought before the court yet. Hasn't been... What? He's Dr. Wilson? Oh! Now it all falls into place. Oh wait, no, that's Watson. Never mind. But just because it hasn't been shown yet, doesn't mean that the evidence does not exist. This is absurd. The trial has run several hours already. Several? More like 4. And you say there's evidence yet to be brought forward. You know the culprit? There can't be. I believe you have it. I don't, but there is someone who does have it. Someone in this very courtroom. And if that person is willing to submit the piece of evidence I'm referring to, it will solve every remaining mystery about this case. It was right in front of your face? Very well. I have a feeling this will be my last request of the defense in this trial. Oh. I need to save. But I think I do know, because he would have come back for his stake, but the stakes were swapped. So it has to be yes or no, sir. Okay. Not him. Oh. Fair.
Take that!
The answer is obvious. It's the inspector. What? I have it. Yes. You think I've been withholding conclusive evidence? This is ridiculous. No. I'm not saying that. Everyone's attention has been focused on the stake with teeth marks. Now, earlier this afternoon, Sergeant Nosa told the court the following. I'd enjoy chomping my way through a good steak. As well as admitting to stealing Korikuta-san's coin, he told us that he slipped it under the steak. You watch it, cadet. I'm a superior officer. Sergeant Nosa, could you please confirm something for me? Was the steak that you put the coin under, in fact, your own steak? Affirmative, of course. I might be a soldier in the Imperial Nippon Army, but still. I'm not brave enough to ask a foreign gentle lady if she'd mind me manhandling her meal to hide something in it. In other words, the steak that the detective submitted as evidence earlier was in fact Sergeant Nosa's meal. But that makes no sense. The plate was taken from the victim's table. Yet the gentlewoman doesn't take bites out of her steak, nor did she have any opportunity to steal the coin. Of course I didn't steal it. To even suggest such a thing would be an affront to the entire British Empire. Well then, how do you explain this paradox? Exactly. Surely you're not going to suggest that Sergeant switched the two steaks over. You did switch the plates? Well, after it happened, when I saw the civilian had been murdered right in front of my eyes like that, I panicked. As I said, I immediately lifted my steak and hid the coin underneath it. But when the waiter announced he was an undercover policeman, I thought I'd had it. If he decided to investigate my slab of meat, that'd be it. I'd be getting my marching orders. So when the cadet here was arrested and taken off to the kitchen, I seized my chance. With military precision and timing, I switched my steak with the one on the foreign lady's table. What? You can't have. I never saw you do such a thing. It was called Operation Lightning Bolt. There was no time for strategic planning. It was do or die, I tell you. So yes, I did what had to be done. And then the stakes were switched back. However, fear not, prosecutor son. What now? I swear on the bronze buttons of my uniform, that's all I did, sir. All you did? That's plenty, Sergeant.
Yes!
Yes. So, if Sergeant Nosa switched the plates over, it means he took Miss Brett's steak. Oh. The fuck? It's switching to my Chromecast. And I don't know why. This is kinda scary. Oh. And now it just shows the time. Like, go to sleep. Please go back so I can read my game. There we go. Is there no sound? Is that correct? Yeah, there's the sound, okay. It means he took Miss Brett's steak and the plate it was on back to his own table. Yes, that follows. Inspector? Yes? Earlier in this trial, you told the court this. You said that you had not only taken Miss Brett's steak after the incident, but also the sergeant's. That, to preserve evidence, you had taken both. That's correct. Then please present it to the court now. The plate that was actually on the victim's table at the precise moment he was shot. What can that possibly tell us now? Are you stupid? I mean, a cold slab of tough meat. It can't have the slightest bearing on the case. Hearsay. No, you're not wriggling your way out of it this time, lady. I beg your pardon? Surely, you're not that forgetful. Surely you must She's not stupid, she's desperate, yeah. Surely you remember the reason why the steak pan promises to prove such a problem for you, no? You're the ones who decided it was a problem, not me. The reason the defense asked to see the plate was to confirm something the defendant remembers seeing. Things he remembers. I'm quite sure of what I saw, Miss Brett. On the side of the plate that was on the table directly behind Wilson, there was a clear splattering of blood from the gunshot wound to the victim's chest. I believe the defendant's memory serves him well. And now, we have the evidence to prove it. The plate you were eating from, Miss Brett. Let us not prolong this any further. Inspector, you will show the evidence to the court. Present the beefsteak and plate it was originally put on. What? Present the beefsteak and the plate that was originally on the victim's table at the time of the incident. Yes, sir. Sorry for keeping you. Here's the other steak and its plate, with blood. Please, feel free to examine it. The blood stain. It's clearly visible, look. Now, this makes everything clear. The blood you can see on the side of the plate shows that the moment the victim was shot, he was facing the table, with his back to me. In other words, it's impossible for him to have shot the victim. The way you say case closed makes me think that it's not case closed. It can't be. In fact, there's only one person who could have possibly shot Dr. Wilson from the front. I'm sure everyone knows by now who that person is. Ugh. That's right. Miss Giselle Brett. It's you. Aw, her swan died. I don't see how it could keep going. It's already so frigging long, yeah. Outdone by a Japanese? Me? By a Japanese schoolboy? No, no, no. Yeah! What the fuck is happening? What the fuck? I feel like I'm on mushrooms. Please excuse my little outburst. I briefly lost my composure. And my gravity, apparently. Most unbecoming behavior for an English gentlewoman. Forgive me. Well, Miss Brett, I think it's time you told the court what actually happened that day. The truth this time. Gladly, Your Excellency. It was I who took the professor's life using USoraER. As you surmised, I chose that particular day for one very important reason. The professor had a dental appointment for the extraction of one of his teeth in the morning. So you planned to kill the professor, knowing that no trace of poison would be found in his water? Because USoraER is unheard of here in Japan? Yes, of course. I never intended to remain at the restaurant for as long as I did. I only needed to see the professor take one tiny sip of his water and it would all be over. Dr. Watson in Sherlock Holmes was shot by a Giselle bullet. That's what caused his injury. Oh, his leg injury then. Because he walks with a cane, correct? I would place the steak I had ordered in front of him to make it appear... Giselle Bullet? Yeah, I know her name. I would place the steak I had ordered in front of him to make it appear as though he had been dining alone. Giselle Brett? Yeah, with a Z. And leave immediately. However... before any of that happened, there was an unexpected visitor at the professor's table. That would be me, I suppose. Yes, you. Who else? Such a trifling matter. Oh, wait. Yeah, such a trifling matter. But the fact that you decided to come over and greet the professor meant that I had lost my chance to slip away unnoticed. Ugh. In due course, when the professor took a sip of his water and was paralyzed, I made sure he was sitting in his chair, such that he wouldn't fall. There was no going back at that point, so I concocted a plan on the spur of the moment. A plan to pin Dr. Wilson's murder on this innocent man. I happened to know that the professor always carried a gun. I decided to use that fact to my advantage. I had the bottle of USoraER in my handbag, and my own pistol concealed under my skirt. Under your skirt? How ungentlewomanlike. So I was right. There were two guns. Yes. And then I finished my coffee and got up to leave. That's when I noticed the professor's gun, which you had presumably placed on the floor. Placed where you were sure that I would notice it. And everything went according to plan. You noticed the gun, as I'd intended. And then, just as you bent down to pick it up, that's when you shot the professor with your own gun. Even though at that point, he was already dead. Naturally, the gunshot caused a commotion, at which point the waiter appeared. Obviously, I assumed he was the culprit and apprehended him. I took him to the pantry that adjoins the kitchen and locked him inside. That's when I took the opportunity to turn the professor and his chair around. Because, of course, you needed to make it look like the defendant had shot Dr. Wilson from where he'd picked up the gun. So there you have it. That's the entirety of my misdemeanor. Your Excellency? Yes? I wonder. Might I speak with you in private later? I shall call on you. Thank you. Good day then, everyone. You just committed to murder. I hope you can forgive me. So we're not gonna see her face? Which means she's probably coming back in a later case? It would seem this trial has finally run its course. I presume the prosecution is in agreement. This can't be. Ouchie does not lose. Not to the likes of this rookie student. You'd better start getting used to tough opposition. Yes? This insult to the Ouchie family name will never be forgotten. You've become conceited with age, Council, but the old have to stand aside and make way for the new. It's the way of the world. May you never forget that. Let's stab him. I like how he dug away. Oh. I curse your whole bloodline. 1,000 millennia may pass, and still the Ouchi clan will never measure up to the Naruhodo clan. This trial in the Supreme Court of Japan will, I believe, go down in history as the start of a new chapter in our country's judicial system. May your ancestors be bothered by my ancestors forevermore. Despite being summoned as accused, you presented an excellent case. Thank you, Your Excellency. The use of evidence and deduction to unravel the truth is a modern methodology. After all, it has only been a few short decades since our country opened its doors to the wider world. But the Western ideas of science are rapidly gaining acceptance here. I feel sure that science will soon bring new methods of investigation and new procedures of justice. A new future of law awaits, but what it will look like, I cannot begin to imagine. That is for the young to pursue. Kazuma Asogi. Yes. After this trial, you are set to embark on a journey of discovery to the illustrious British Empire. Learn all you can, absorb everything of the wider world that you are able to. And do not forget to fulfill the mission imposed upon you. I understand, Your Excellency. What was that about? Why do you look so grave all of a sudden? Well, never mind. As for you... Oh, yes? In you, I sense, how do I put it, unusual potential. I very much look forward to seeing how you carry that onwards. Thank you, Your Excellency. it is time to deliver the final verdict for the 50th time this case. I hereby find the defendant guilty as fuck. Woohoo! This court is now adjourned. Yes, unskippable text box. Seriously, just deliver the verdict, Your Honor. You missed a U in there. I can't believe it. I can't believe what's happened. I made it. I defended myself and made it through that horrendous trial. You finally pulled it off. Congratulations. Well, I couldn't have done it without you. Thank you. No, it was a pleasure to watch you at work. So, you owe me an extra large sukiyaki from the place on the Yume University Street. Don't forget. Good afternoon. All your hard work has certainly paid off. Oh, wrong voice. Congratulations to the both of you for providing Naruhodo-san's innocence. Ah, our trusty judicial assistant. You worked hard for that result too, you know. Oh no, I didn't do anything. Thank you so much. If we hadn't had a research report of Miss Brett's, I don't know how things would have turned out. Well, guilty probably. Your kind words should really be for my father. I was simply doing as he asked. It was his idea for me to go to the university and investigate. Naruto's innocence, yeah. Your father? Ah, of course. Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato Mikotoba, judicial assistant to the defense. Speaking of Mikotoba... Ah, there you are. I believe congratulations are in order. Naruhodo, you did an excellent job. Thank you, Professor. Oh no, it is I who should be thanking you. After all, your efforts exposed the true criminal that took the life of my good friend. Good friend? Oh yes, you mentioned that before. It was you who actually invited Dr. Wilson to Yume University, wasn't it? Yes, that's right. Professor Mikotoba studied overseas himself. He went to study forensic medicine in Great Britain. Presumably, that's when you met Dr. Wilson? Exactly. In those days, we worked together in the same hospital. Oh, you worked together? I've never heard you mention that before. Well, it was a long time ago now. Besides, it's your turn, Asogi. Great Britain is a magnificent country. It leads the world. Uh-huh. In science, medicine, engineering, culture, and of course in law. Watch and learn, my boy. See what's happening in the world's largest melting pot. I will. I'll learn all I can. I swear on this, the spirit of the Asogi clan. You're not taking that sword to Great Britain, are you? Of course I am. A Japanese man's katana is his soul. This blade shows me where I need to go. Yet it's always pointed in front of me. Stop talking, everyone. Sorry? Sorry. Has to sleep. It cuts down everything that's in my way. Yes, I've definitely seen how sharp it is already with my own eyes. I like how in that scene he ducked away because he saw this dude draw the sword. That reminds me, what's happened to the woman? To Giselle Bread, I mean. After all, she's guilty of murder. Ah, yes, her. It's not easy to tell you this, but... Sorry, Zora. What do you mean? Surely she's going to face trial herself now. She's the true culprit, after all. She will be leaving Japan in the very near future. For Shanghai. What? Shanghai? Giselle Brett will not appear in court again in this country. I'm certain of that. Why not? It's a matter of consular jurisdiction. You said sorry? Yeah, I did. Inspector. It was a hard-fought battle in the courtroom today. Very impressive to watch. I must congratulate... But what's all this about consular jurisdiction? Means that if they're in another country, you have no jurisdiction to prosecute them. We cannot try this particular foreigner for her crimes here in Japan. We can't try her? But then who's going to bring her to justice? You'll just have to kill her, dude. Thanks, see you. A British consular court will hear her case, somewhere far away where our voices cannot be heard. But why a consular court? Professor, I simply don't understand. I thought consular courts were a thing of the past now that we've signed a friendship treaty. Yes, in normal circumstances you're right. Then, so long as this is not a serious incident of highly political nature to our respective governments, they can't invoke a consular court just like that. Oh, can't they? Yes, she's a student, but it doesn't justify our governments making secret agreements about our fate, does it? Something strange is going on. Because sometimes... Sometimes... What is the saying? Truth? No. Oh, I'm having a brain fart. I literally said it earlier in the stream. Maybe there was truth. Truth is stranger than fiction? So, Miss Brett can't be held accountable for her actions here in Japan. I'm afraid for the young student. Today's trial was nothing more than a game all along. There was never any danger of comeuppance for her. I don't believe it. The British government Foreign Affairs Ministry has demanded that we hand over custody of Miss Brett. They are obviously taking this case of a foreign student committing murder very seriously. But it's all going to change from now on. We can make a change. This is a time of great turmoil. The Brits will send her off to Australia. I understood that reference. A new era heralded by the start of the 20th century. One day, I have no doubt, that woman will receive the judgment she deserves. Yes, change is coming, and we're the ones driving it. You don't even have a driver's license. Well, I think that's enough seriousness for now. This evening calls for a celebratory drink. Are you overage? The professor. You're right. There's no time for gloomy faces. We should be celebrating his not guilty verdict. Let's start having some fun. Tag, you're it. In that case, might I suggest La Carnaval? As the head waiter, I should be delighted to provide you with ample food and drink. Oh, my voice. You're a detective, aren't you? Let's not worry about the details for now. He looks how I feel, and that's not great. To La Carnaval. Will you accompany us, Professor? Of course, La Carnaval's food, bah oui, is second to none. I shall go and attend the paperwork for his release. Oh, yes, thank you. So Giselle Brett won't be tried here. I suppose that means I'll never know. I'll never find out why she killed Dr. Wilson. Cosma. Yeah? I just wanted to say thanks again, that's all. You really saved my skin today. Stop talking! I didn't do a thing. You were the lawyer in there, weren't you? That defense was your own work. Your skill made a difference, though. One day, I bet you'll make the best lawyer in the world. I'm not sure about that. To be honest, something kept occurring to me over and over again during that trial. I couldn't help thinking that maybe you're the one destined to become a great lawyer, not me. What? Come on, be serious. If I helped you today, it was only right at the very start of the trial. But you have a natural talent for it, being a defense lawyer, I mean. Oh no, not me. All that tense verbal combat. I never want to go through that ever again. I did what you told me to do, that's all. Because I knew I could trust you. I feel the bromance. That's the point. Sorry? What do you mean that's the point? I like how his nose just teleported from the right to the left. Listen, do you know what the most crucial weapon that any lawyer needs in order to win? Is it a katana? Knowledge of the law? No. The ability to believe. To believe? To believe what? A defense lawyer has to fight for his clients. He has to believe in them all at all times. Well, it's easy to believe your client when you yourself are the client. Like you believed in me when I said I didn't do it. I'm human, just like you. I don't have some superhuman ability to know the truth. But you have to make a choice about what to believe in, and stick to it when you're defending someone. Sometimes in a courtroom, you can really be backed into a corner. But being able to remain faithful to what you chose to believe even then, well, that's not something that anyone can do. It takes a special kind of person. Believing in your client. Just look at today's trial. I am a student lawyer with precious little real experience, but you never stopped believing in me because you're not my client. This is not the same. You faced something seemingly hopeless. You faced seemingly hopeless situations time and time again. But you never stopped looking for the truth. And in the end, you found it through your own efforts. And because you never stopped believing in me. Thanks, Kazuma. There's something I want to ask you, actually. Actually, it's a favor, really. Something very important to me. Sounds serious. What? Ah, you're still here, are you? Oh, Inspector. I've arranged some rickshaws for us. Let's go. Thank you. We'll be right there. Well, let's pick up this conversation again later. We should be celebrating right now. Your first court victory. And your study tour to Great Britain, don't forget. Ah, yes, that too. He's not going, is he? He's gonna ask me to go. That's gonna suck. So, my very first trial came to an end. All these people, whose names I can't pronounce, who didn't really play much of a part, but still. It was because of the help and support of all these people that I managed to get through that trial. But more importantly, my big buddy hadn't yet managed to ask his favor of me. Little did I realize just how much it would change my life. Yes, please. Then I'd like to delete this one, but I don't think I can. Alright, well, that was that. Oh, well, I actually read this one. Just from seeing this, I would have known that it was Shakespeare. I read this one last summer. Hope it's not too similar. Okay, well, thanks everyone for watching the stream. I hope you enjoyed. I don't know if I will stream the rest of the episodes, since I barely have any time to stream ever. So I might just play them on my own. But yeah, fun game. Don't like it as much as Phoenix games, but it's new content for me. It's fun to uncover the mystery. So there's that. Anyway, I hope you all have great days, afternoons, nights, whatever it is for you. And yes, I stole that straight from Flux. Yeah, I will see you next time. I suck at outros. I'm really tired, so I'm gonna sleep.